Hello, everyone. I'm Candace Montgomery, Senior Vice President and General Manager of Atlantic Live, and welcome to our annual People versus Cancer Summit. We are so glad you could join us today. We're proud to bring together medical providers, scientists, survivors, and patients for an in-depth conversation on a disease that remains one of the world's most complex and lethal. Even amidst a global pandemic, progress continues to be made not only toward treating cancer and extending lives, but toward creating a more robust, holistic ecosystem of care. This afternoon, we'll explore the latest science and the critical ways in which prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and well-being are interrelated. There's a lot to talk about, but before we dive in, I want to thank our underwriters, Bristol Myers Squibb, GSK, Pfizer, and Takeda for their support of the Atlantic's journalism today. Also, I want to remind all of you at home that you can participate in the conversation via the Q&A tab. Please tell us where you are from, and if you ask a question for our speakers, we can incorporate them into the conversation. Now, let's get started.
For our first conversation, we're revisiting the war on cancer. Please welcome Karen Knudsen, CEO of the American Cancer Society, Ned Sharpless, Director of the National Cancer Institute, with Atlantic staff writer Sarah Zhang.
Good morning, Dr. Knudsen and Dr. Sharpless. We are speaking here in 2021, which is almost exactly 50 years after Congress passed the National Cancer Act, which created a National Cancer Institute as part of supercharging research into this disease that's was and still is a leading cause of death. So, it's been about 50 years since the so-called war on cancer. And I thought I'd just begin by asking you to reflect a little bit on that term. It's also the title of our session. So I'll just ask both of you, is war still the right analogy? And if so, how are we doing? If not, what is a better analogy? Maybe Dr. Sharpless, we can start with you as the current head of the National Cancer Institute.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this. So, and December is the 50th anniversary, and I think the National Cancer Act in many ways created this sort of modern cancer infrastructure we have today that's made cancer progress possible. The war on cancer is a charged analogy. I think for many reasons, doctors don't like to use it around patients. Patients didn't volunteer to be soldiers in this war. It has some baggage, and I think in many ways it is not useful in talking to, say, advocacy in specific patient populations. It still has some value, though, in speaking to Congress. Congress understands the idea of a campaign that requires marshaling resources and everybody pitching in. And so I think that's why it persists, is that it is appealing to some legislators, and it is a good way, frankly, to talk about the kind of trans-governmental commitment we need to really fight cancer. And so I think that, we'll probably still talk about the war on cancer in the future, even though I think we try and use that analogy less and less. But what I think is, really the important point about this is that this is an effort that's been going on for a while. I think in many ways we've had some tremendous successes, but we still have a ways to go. We still have 600,000 Americans dying of cancer every year. Cancer imposes a tremendous tragedy on our society and tremendous costs. So we still need a concerted effort that involves patients and scientists and doctors and caregivers and Congress and everyone working together to try and advance progress for our patients.
Dr. Knudsen, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I very much agree with that. I very much agree with the concept that the patients and families did not sign up to be soldiers in the fight. But fight on we do. And it is the case that I agree with everything that Dr. Sharpless said. I appreciate the concept that we have made significant progress. And the more that we have learned, the more cancers we have. So the fact that there are more than 200 different cancers is actually an advance in this fight. Let's call it that, to be a little less controversial. And it is the case that we're doing better on some of those fights than others. And so really marshaling our resources moving forward in this next set of years, I think will be aligned toward the areas where we still need to make significant progress.
Yeah, well, let's talk about some of those significant advances as you were mentioning. Obviously a lot has changed in 50 years and how much we know about cancer, how we treat it. If I could just ask, what is the one biggest thing that you think has changed in how we treat cancer in the past 50 years?
Yeah, I think Karen already alluded to it. You know, when I started in this business, we kind of thought there was one kind of breast cancer, and so we treated everybody with breast cancer more or less the same. And now we appreciate that there are many different subtypes of breast cancer, or any cancer for that matter, where the sort of cause of the cancer, the way of detecting the cancer, the way of treating the cancer, are all predicated on the molecular events that underpin that cancer. So this appreciating and embracing the heterogeneity of cancer, I think, has been the major change in my lifetime as an oncologist. And that's allowed us to develop highly effective therapies for very specific subsets. So rather than try and have a silver bullet that treats all of cancers, we've had a lot more success developing, therapies for smaller subsets of cancer. And that paradigm is working. And the evidence for that is that we see declining cancer mortality, we see increasing rates of FDA approvals, we see very active new agents demonstrated in clinical trials. So, there's a combination of a body of evidence suggesting that paradigmatic shift is really working.
And I would add two things to that. One is we can directly attribute that advance to research. So if we looked at what the trajectory had been, and this is something the American Cancer Society does every year and reports to the nation in partnership with the NCI and a few others, it's the case that had that trajectory continued, we would have expected much higher mortality from cancer than we are seeing now. So the benefits of investing in science and then investing in converting the science into activities that actually benefit patients is palpable, it's measurable. So it's really not time for us to slow down, but really to push on that accelerator. We've seen success. And just as Dr. Sharpless alluded to in breast cancer, of understanding that breast cancer is not one disease and that we have to treat it according to the subtype that it is. And then seeing that success then come later in other disease types has to be replicated, so that the research needs to go on without question. And then the other capacity I would say is while we've made success in treatment, we've also got a cancer vaccine, right, against human papillomavirus. And so for the first time, we really have an opportunity to significantly reduce incidence and mortality of cervical cancer, as well as head and neck cancer and a few other HPV-driven cancers. So we really have turned the page as a population in being able to not just more effectively treat some cancers, but prevent others.
Yeah, as you're both saying, there's like kind of tremendous variation, and sometimes we have really effective therapies from some types of cancer. And we're finding that, as you're saying, breast cancer is not one type. One might respond to one treatment, one person, another person might not. Why have we not made progress in some other forms of cancer? For example, pancreatic cancer is something that still is, pretty dire prospects.
Maybe I'll start on this one. The pancreatic cancer, for example, is one that, for which it's very difficult to screen. So early detection starts to become an issue, and that we know that better outcomes are attributed to earlier detection. So there are advances that are coming along with regard to earlier detection of disease through blood analysis and through the concept that it may be possible to show clinical benefit of detecting cancers earlier when cancer DNA is detectable in the bloodstream. We'll see how those modalities work out.
You're talking about liquid biopsies.
Yes, liquid biopsies and multi-cancer early detection testing. But it is the case that we are learning some things about pancreatic cancer. For example, the risk to those that might carry a BRCA alteration for development of pancreatic cancer. So understanding cancer risk as associated with development of the screening or care plan that's right for that individual, I think is a fertile ground of both advancement and where we will continue to see a refinement.
Yeah, I think if you buy into the idea that cancer's hundreds of different diseases, then necessarily you're going to make progress against some and not others. That's just the way it works. And unfortunately, there are cancers where we've had not as much success in pancreatic cancer, glioblastoma, a few others. But in pancreatic cancer, for example, the major target in that disease turns out to be a KRAS, a specific oncogenic event that drives that cancer in the vast majority of those tumors. And this year, we've seen the first successful FDA approval of a KRAS targeted therapy after looking for decades. So we are seeing progress even in this area. There are also rare subtypes of pancreatic cancer where the progress has been much better. So that same paradigm of finding agents for specific subsets of pancreatic cancer will eventually, I believe, begin to work in that disease as well as it has in others.
Yeah, you've both brought up kind of some of these like cutting edge technologies that we're now, bringing to bear upon cancer. Just looking forward, what are the most kind of exciting and promising therapies or prevention strategies that you see going forward?
Well, Karen mentioning the multi-cancer early detection test, we believe that is very promising. I mean, that if applied to the population level, could reduce cancer mortality in a fairly substantive and rapid way. But there are a lot of issues: the issue of overdiagnosis and overtreatment, and cancer detection tests are tricky business, and that will require really well-designed clinical trials. But I find that paradigm very, very exciting.
So
One other I would mention very quickly is
like that's the case where you maybe are a healthy person, you don't think that you're sick, but you still might go get this test to see if like there's something that you haven't quite noticed yet.
I think that's where, both the American Cancer Society and the NCI are very well aligned in saying that this is a fertile ground for investigation, but needs to be shown to have clinical benefit, because as you correctly point out, it's a healthy person that would be receiving this information. So we'd like to make sure that whatever treatment or screening modality was chosen downstream is actually the right thing to do and brings health benefit to that patient.
Yeah, it's to be clear, it's not enough just to find a cancer with a screening test, because if you find an indolent cancer that's not going to harm the individual, that doesn't do them any benefit. So really, it's important that these tests are shown to reduce mortality over a time period in a screened population. And that is a different study design. It takes longer, it's harder to do. But I believe that's the approach we'll eventually need to. And also, there are many of these technologies. There's not one or two, and so we'll have to have some way of comparing them to really decide what are the strengths and weaknesses. But it's a very exciting area. Another very exciting area is, immuno-oncology clearly works. We can clearly get the immune system to attack a patient's cancer and help them. But we're really in the infancy of that technology. I think we can make that a lot better. I think we can make that work for a lot more patients. I think we can reduce the toxicities of those therapies. And so I think that's an area where there'll be a tremendous future growth.
Yeah, and the only one, I very much agree with both of those. The only one I may add there is an increase in the number of therapies that are targeted to a particular genetic alteration as opposed to a tissue type. We think of PARP inhibitors as being, a really beautiful example for this, where there was an approval based on having a DNA repair alteration that may make a tumor responsive to a PARP inhibitor, irrespective of the tissue type. So these are really important advances, and I think, again, an indication of what happened when research, the first, Human Genome Project, but also the basic research to understand fundamentals of things like DNA repair, were actually pretty rapidly translated into clinical benefit. So again, pushing forward the importance of continuing to discover, so that when we identify an Achilles heel on any particular tumor type, we're ready and armed with what type of therapy may work, given the understanding of the biology.
Yeah, I think that's a great point about how basic science research, you might not know what directions it might go in, but it's going to end up leading us into unexpected new therapies. Dr. Sharpless, when you were talking about diagnosis, you mentioned this problem of, we can detect a cancer, but do we know if this is actually going to be one that's going to cause a patient trouble? Can you talk a little bit about the research into trying to make that distinction as we are getting like better and better ways of finding early cancers? How do we know these are ones worth treating?
Right. The one key to that question is understanding the sort of molecular biology of the tumor and helping to determine indolent versus not indolent cancers. And this is really critical for the topic of cancer screening. So we have validated cancer screening now for lung cancer, for cervical cancer, for colon cancer, for breast cancer. I think we can do more. There are some cancers like pancreatic cancer already mentioned, where we believe screening has significant opportunity, but really understanding that you're screening for indolent cancers versus severe dangerous cancers is a critical issue here. And so the science is the scientific underpinning of the tumor is a key decision. And then also the right kind of long clinical investigation. This is an area where the perfectly well-designed trials have to be performed, and they just take a while.
Yeah, the American Cancer Society, and I have to say myself, very much agree that there are ways to design these trials so that the evidence of clinical benefit is shown. So I think we have cautious enthusiasm about these. I think this. I don't know, be curious to see what you think about it, Dr. Sharpless, but for me, this is where the field is going to go. This technology is going to come and at some level be able to demonstrate for us what is an indolent tumor that might be detected versus something that is requiring of intervention. But I think we do have to hold the community to the standard of truly showing that it gives clinical benefit for patients.
If I could add, I think the investigation of the person's genetics may be helpful here. So, germline genetic testing in patients, or subjects rather, people who are healthy, and should they get, prostate cancer screening with a test like PSA, that might not be a good idea for all men in the United States of a certain age, but it might be good in specific populations that were genetically defined, for example. So this is the issue of polygenic risk scores, of using multi-gene testing to try and decide who will benefit most from screening, is a very exciting idea that also needs to be tested and further developed.
Yeah, and the prostate cancer example, which is actually my area, is a really good one. So PSA testing brings no inherent harm to a patient. It's what you do with that information, ensuring that it's only acted upon if it's the case that a patient actually really requires intervention for their prostate cancer. That said, this is an incredibly important screening tool, given that prostate cancer is the number 2 leading cause of cancer death in men in this country, and we have not made significant advances toward that number or improving that number. It is the case that the biology has given us a number of life-extending therapies that we can give to men with metastatic disease, but there is no durable cure for metastatic prostate cancer. So early detection and intervention when appropriate and shown to give clinical benefit, which I think the prostate cancer field has shown very well, is incredibly important.
Yeah, it seems like there's also a kind of a language, a communication challenge with that. If you're detecting a lot of indolent cancers, and I think maybe there's a patient hears the word cancer, might, in their case, it may or may not be that dangerous. It seems like there might be a shift in how we talk about this, or even just how we think when we hear the word cancer, as more and more people are living with it essentially in the way that we weren't able to 50 years ago.
Well, we have 17 million cancer survivors right now in this country. So we have a lot of people living with cancer, and their needs to be attended to. Their needs need to be attended to as well. And that's an entirely other important area of research on the other side of the cancer continuum that we didn't talk about. Very important. But it's more than just the patient, I think, that requires some good knowledge of how to be their own advocate. What's the right screening program for me? What do I know about my family history? Do I know my genetic risk of cancer? How to be your own best advocate is really important. But also the medical community, needs to have a certain amount of fluency, especially when you're in the primary care setting where the vast majority of these decisions about screening are made.
And thank you for the point about communication. It is very challenging here. I should mention one of the important things the National Cancer Act did 50 years ago was make cancer a disease we could talk about. I think it removed a lot of the stigma of this disease, and really the work of Mary Lasker and other advocates brought cancer to the forefront in our culture and made it something that was not an embarrassing or shameful diagnosis. It was something that individuals would be free to talk about. And that really began this process of better communication. It turns out it's hard to communicate around cancer because cancer is so complicated and heterogeneous, but it's certainly an area where we've seen tremendous progress over the last 50 years, thanks to the National Cancer Act.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I think, that communication and clarity is all the more important because as much as we've talked about the wonderful advances that have happened here in the last 50 years with cancer, what we do know is unfortunately not everyone has benefited equally from that knowledge. So ensuring that there is access to these advances, I think it will be an important step forward. It's something that we work very hard for in the advocacy arm at the American Cancer Society. I think we have a long way to go in the country to ensure that all individuals have an equitable chance to prevent, detect, or survive cancer.
We've been talking a lot about prevention. Obviously, we've been living through a pandemic over the past over a year and a half, and a lot of people have probably missed going to their doctor. Can you talk a little bit about the effects of COVID on cancer treatment and what changes going forward?
Let me start, Karen. And the ACS has a big initiative on this that's very important to mention. So, the pandemic was very disruptive to cancer care nationally. I think cancer research continued pretty well, actually better than I would have predicted. I think science was very productive during the 2020, 21. But the care was disrupted significantly. So screenings were down, mammography, colonoscopy, lung cancer screening, pap smears, as well as diagnosis. So that individuals going to their doctor for new symptoms and being found to have cancer was at one point reduced on the order of 50%. There's no reason to believe that the incidence of cancer declined 50% in the United States. We think what's going to happen is those cancers are just going to be diagnosed at later stages. The NCI has done some modeling suggesting we might see as much as a 1% increase in mortality over the next decade of excess cancer deaths related to the disruption of the pandemic. And, for a disease that kills 600,000 Americans a year, a 1% excess mortality is significant. So I think we as a community really need to talk about this. We need to, I don't think we can make up the 10 million missed screening events solely. We have to, frankly, admit that there has been some effect on the public health from the pandemic that is beyond just SARS-CoV-2, also on cancer diagnosis, and work collectively as a community to try and address this. And so it's very good to see groups like the American Cancer Society and other groups talk about returning to screening and not missing diagnoses and returning to usual care. A very forceful advocate on this topic, by the way, has been the First Lady, who I think has spoken as a real clarion voice on the need to return to screening. And it did Good Morning America recently on mammography, for example. So it's been a real friend of our communication efforts in this regard.
Yeah, I very much agree with everything Dr. Sharpless said. I could not be, more enthusiastic about doing everything we can to get patients to return to screening. So before I came to the American Cancer Society, I was leading cancer care for a large 16-hospital system in Philadelphia and South Jersey. And my own experience in that was every time we had a peak of COVID, there was an inverse decline in screening. And that's what we can easily measure: colonoscopy, mammography, things that are very easy to track in an electronic health record. Those numbers were staggering, and yet didn't include things that are harder to track. We talked about men and PSA screening before. That's very hard to parse out. So we actually don't know how many men will be diagnosed with later stage advanced prostate cancer due to not going in for their screening check. So there have been concerted efforts by the NCI designated cancer centers, by the American Cancer Society, by the NCI itself, to try to message out to the community very broadly about the importance of cancer screening and really work together through one voice as a call to arms. But we have also at the ACS developed a return to screening initiative in areas that we knew to be already challenged by cancer screening. Even before the pandemic, our cancer screening numbers were not what they should be in many areas of this country. So we've taken those tools, we have duplicated and amplified them with the goal of allowing health systems to have everything that they could possibly need at their fingertips with regard to implementation strategies to enhance cancer screening. We've seen the benefits of those work, and we are in the process of doing what we can to further enhance it across the country, but are very grateful for the partnership of the NCI as well as other partners who have helped us in this return to screening initiative. It is a major effort that will continue well beyond this pandemic.
Yeah, I think those are all great things to keep in mind. Unfortunately, we're out of time today, so I think that will be a wrap. Thank you to both of you, Dr. Sharpless and Dr. Knudsen, and good day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And now for a session produced by our underwriter, Pfizer.
Hello, and thank you for being with us today. It's really great to be here in conversation with Andy Schmeltz, Global President and General Manager of Pfizer Oncology. And we're going to discuss today how Pfizer is bringing scientific collaboration to oncology and healthcare more generally. Andy, it's great to see you. Thanks for being here. How are you?
I'm doing very well, Haley. Great to be here.
Great. I'm just going to kick it off with a quick question and we'll get started. So in thinking about this conversation, Andy, the pandemic really has disrupted our lives in so many ways. There's no way not to start with this, but there's also some valuable lessons that we can take from the pandemic. What do you see as the biggest learnings that you can take away from the past 18 months?
For me, the biggest lesson is really the power of collaboration. The reality is the healthcare system came together to bring multiple COVID vaccines to market in really a matter of months. And this simply wouldn't have been possible without remarkable and rapid collaboration between biopharma companies, regulators, academic institutions, and really a host of other players. Engagement with regulators was streamlined and accelerated. Companies made their research findings available on open source platforms for the broader scientific community to really share learnings real time. Large companies shared development and manufacturing expertise to support smaller companies who weren't as experienced. So it really was an impressive moment in time. Unfortunately, though, when it comes to delivery of care, The lack of partnership really still stands in the way of the progress that we need to make on a range of issues: access to medicines, value-based care, and health equity. And I think we really need to ask ourselves, how can we leverage and tap into the same collaboration model from the COVID experience to improve delivery of care?
Right. Well, you make some really good points about collaboration, of course, and share some really great examples. And so in that case, what do you see as the main issue in healthcare delivery that more partnership could really help address?
I think there are two major issues with our healthcare system today. The first is related to incentives. Today's incentives for many across the healthcare ecosystem are all about more doctor visits, more tests, more pills, rather than having the incentives aligned on the best possible outcome for the patient. And this leads to perverse decisions and entrenched behaviors that can make it really harder to work together. For example, take biosimilars. We happen to have a large portfolio of oncology biosimilars at Pfizer. Biosimilars are generics of biologic medicines and could save US patients and taxpayers $100 billion over the coming 5 years. But the healthcare system doesn't have an approach that addresses longstanding practices that impede access. And one of these is this concept of fail first, which is a payer policy in place today that means patients have to fail on a more expensive name brand medicines before they can even try a lower cost biosimilar. This policy just needs to be reversed. A second issue beyond incentives is lack of access to quality care. And we read about it all the time. Too many people lack access to quality care, can't afford their treatments based on age, race, where they live. All of this leads to worse outcomes. Let me give you an example. Black people have the highest death rate and shortest survival of any racial or ethnic group for most cancers in the US. Living in segregated communities in areas where the community is predominantly Black has been associated with increased chances of getting diagnosed with cancer after it's spread, after it's metastasized, higher death rates, and lower rates of survival, specifically for breast and lung cancers, which are two of the most predominant cancers. This clearly needs to change.
Yep, absolutely. So talking about patient care and how individuals are being treated these days, let's talk about some of the biggest opportunities you see for more collaboration to improve patient care. What can be done in the public sector, for example?
I believe that public-private collaboration, which was critical for the response to the pandemic, that spirit needs to be maintained and accelerate in other areas of medicine. So one promising example of a novel public-private partnership is the Harmony Alliance. It happens to be in Europe. It's an alliance between the European Commission, the EU Commission, and biopharma companies, and the objective is to harness big data to speed the development of new blood cancer medicines. So as a member of this alliance, Pfizer is working with NICE in the UK to see if we can use real-world data to create a synthetic control arm for multiple myeloma clinical trials. Now, I know it sounds complicated, but the goal is really simple: accelerating clinical trials to bring new medicines to patients faster. And trials that use traditional randomized control arms take much longer to complete. And with the synthetic control arm concept, by reducing or eliminating the need to enroll control patients, you can cut down study timelines, lower trial costs, and speed potentially life-saving therapies to market. So that's one example. Another in the US is a collaboration in the oncology patient advocacy ecosystem that Pfizer's tapped into. We're partnering with 45 patient advocacy leaders representing organizations across the cancer landscape. These leaders have provided input and feedback to focus our efforts where we can make the most impact. And it's enabled targeted efforts underway today in 2021 on health equity, health literacy, and engaging patients in clinical research. This is what we need to do going forward.
Yep, those are absolutely great examples. How do we need to move the needle around values-based care, which you mentioned earlier? How can we move the needle in a way that we're reducing costs and making the healthcare system more efficient?
We really need to change the incentives in the healthcare system to prioritize value over volume, quality over quantity. In an ideal world, all participants in the system, including biopharma companies, would jointly be accountable for achieving health outcomes. But despite many of these stakeholders vested in progressing value-based approach, the reality is we have few bona fide examples because of the antiquated fee schedule for healthcare services, for diagnostics, for medicines that really comes from Medicare and which commercial health plans generally follow. That said, at Pfizer, we continue to strive to partner with others to innovate in our approaches to value-based care, while at the same time we're advocating for policy change. An example specifically that we have underway now is a warranty program called Pfizer Pledge for one of our lung cancer medicines. And with this program, patients who stop treatment before filling their fourth prescription, so their fourth month on therapy, due to some clinical reason that they and their treating oncologist decide is appropriate, both the patient and the payer can be refunded for the cost of treatment. Now, while this program is still in its infancy, it's a pilot, it's a model for the way we can partner with payers to ensure our medicines have the intended effect for patients. And if they don't, patients and the healthcare system won't have to pay for them. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. And tell me, how do we enable more of these types of partnerships in cancer care moving forward?
Cancer, unfortunately, is a disease that touches all of our lives. But if we can work together on COVID, then we should be able to do the same for the 1 in 5 Americans who are unfortunately going to be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetimes, particularly if we focus on the common denominator that aligns all of us, and that's the patient. After all, we're all vested in enabling the best possible outcomes for the patients we serve. And my hope is that this global pandemic will be a catalyst for change that's long overdue. Together, I'm optimistic we can really fix this broken healthcare system.
Thanks so much for joining us, Andy. It's great to chat with you.
Thank you, Haley.
Next, for a conversation about the front lines of research, please welcome Vinod Balachandran, surgeon at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, Jill O'Donnell Tormey, CEO and Director of Scientific Affairs at the Cancer Research Institute. Here to lead the conversation is Atlantic Live contributor John Donvan.
Good morning, everybody, and good morning to the two terrific doctors who are going to join us in this conversation on the panel. I just want to explain that one of the panelists we just learned was having some internet connectivity problems, so we are going to hear Dr. O'Donnell Tormey rather than see her. But thanks very much for rolling with that, Dr. O'Donnell Tormey, and all of you out there. We just heard through the morning so far words like progress coming up and advances, also references to the sense that the front lines are moving forward. And we're going to take a deeper dive into that with two individuals who are deeply, deeply involved in the research that's leading to those advances. And I want to start with you, Dr. O'Donnell Tormey. My sense is that the rate of discovery and discovery of useful, successful knowledge in treating cancer is really actually accelerating. That even in the time that you have been in the field, that probably you have seen some enormous changes in the right direction. And I just want to check in with you on your sense of that.
Yeah, so I've been at the Cancer Research Institute for almost 35 years. So I have seen an amazing amount of progress. We at the CRI focus all specifically in the area of cancer immunology and immunotherapies. So if any field has shown what has happened in the last, 15 years, we've really seen that the belief that our organization has had for almost 70 years that your immune system could be used to treat, control, and potentially cure cancer, I think we now have that proof of principle. And I think everyone will believe in the right patient at the right time for certain cancers, the immune system can do an amazing job of treating cancer. Obviously, with the IO lens, we are still just at the beginning. We now have to figure out how do we get this to work in all cancer patients. I think technologies. Sure, sorry.
No problem. I'm just the way that you phrased it. Did immunotherapy in a way sort of have to fight for respect for recognition of its power through many of those 50 years that you're talking about?
Oh, certainly. I mean, I think there were very few people, especially medical oncologists, that believed you could develop even immunotherapies that would have any impact on cancer. So it was really, and I really am very proud that the Cancer Research Institute served as kind of the lone voice in the wilderness for many years, supporting excellent science, mostly taking a very long view, supporting research on the immune system, and understanding first how the immune system works and then being able to understand how it interacts with cancer. And it's only, I guess, in the last, just about the decade that when CTLA-4, was first shown that it could actually be used to treat melanoma, and it was the first treatment that ever had any difference in a survival for late-stage melanoma. That was discovered by Dr. Jim Allison, who got the Nobel Prize in 2018. And then following that, we learned about the other checkpoint inhibitors, the PD-1 and the PD-L1s. And this has changed the landscape of cancer treatment as well as cancer research.
I was going to ask you, has immunotherapy had its breakthrough moment? And it sounds as though your answer to that is going to be yes.
It did have its breakthrough moment. I think that as I go back to, it proved to people that for things like non-small cell lung cancer and melanoma, that patients can get long-term benefit and overall survival by basically taking the brakes off the immune system, which is what checkpoint inhibitors do. But we understand that this doesn't work for all patients or all cancers, and that's where research comes in.
I want to let everybody who's watching know that we would love to have you be part of the conversation, and you can do that by putting a question into the Q&A tab, and I'll try very, very hard to work your question into the conversation, and I'm guessing absolutely your questions will make this a better conversation. One more question for you, Dr. O'Donnell Tormey, is what sort of supports in terms of funding and further research does the field of immunotherapy for cancer treatment need right now? What would you be looking for?
Well, I think it all comes down to money a lot of the times. I mean, there is an awful lot of great people out there with great ideas, and they need support. Obviously, the federal government is our major source of support, but I think not-for-profits like the Cancer Research Institute are playing a bigger and bigger role, especially in risky, high risk, high reward that perhaps the federal government, the NCI and NIH may not be willing to fund, but it's where these new discoveries come and giving, novel ideas a chance and taking big risk. And that's where progress comes from.
So I want to bring in Dr. Balachandran, Doctor, where your work is actually, taking the idea all the way to the possibility of vaccines for cancer. And a really interesting thing, we've sort of all learned about mRNA vaccines this past year, and you are working with the firm BioNTech, which developed what we're all calling the Pfizer vaccine, to bring about a cancer vaccine or several potential possible cancer vaccines. Talk to us about that technology. What is it about and whether I've described what you're doing correctly, what is it about the mRNAs that you feel hold so much promise for treating cancer?
Thanks, John. So I think Dr. O'Donnell Tormey sort of framed this question very importantly, that, we now know through decades of research that we can use the immune system to fight cancer, and the current immunotherapies that we have work in about a subset of these cancers, about 20% of cancers. But for the rest of the 80% of cancers, we haven't exactly found the right immunotherapy approach yet, but this is exactly what new research and new ideas are really needed for. And one of these we think is cancer vaccination. There's a long history of cancer vaccination studies. We're certainly not the first group to look into this. The community has been really focused on this for decades now, mostly because vaccines as a medicine have had such a profound impact on human health for prevention of infectious diseases. So the idea that you can then bring to bear this impact that vaccines have had for other diseases onto cancer has really been with the community for very long. More recently, we've discovered some new ways that we may be able to vaccinate against cancers, and we think mRNA vaccines are one really powerful way that we can now take these ideas, newer ideas of cancer vaccination, and take it to cancers.
And what advantages, what benefits, what does the mRNA vaccine possibility open that wasn't there before this technology was available?
Right. So one of the key differences that we think of in terms of vaccinating against a cancer versus vaccinating against a pathogen such as a virus or a bacteria is that our current understanding is that cancer vaccines require them to be custom made. So every patient would require their own individual vaccine to be made. So for this, you need a technology that is simple, is fast, and effective so that you can really make these vaccines really quickly in real time and be able to give it to patients, on a time frame that's clinically meaningful so that patients are not waiting around for their vaccine. And mRNA vaccines really are able to do this. They are very fast, and they're able to be very flexible in terms of incorporating a variety of different targets into
Can I break in for a second? When you say very fast, do you mean fast to produce or fast to act?
Well, fast to produce, because if you, in order to custom make a vaccine, what this involves is having to take a piece of the tumor, a biopsy, or through surgery, and then based upon analysis of the tumor, to then make a vaccine individually and custom for that individual patient. So you need to go from biopsy to vaccine manufacture and delivery within, a short time frame so that patients can get their treatment relatively quickly. And, mRNA vaccines, we know the pandemic is, of course, proof of principle for this, that you can really generate these vaccines very fast. So that was really I think one of the major exciting things of mRNA vaccines is that we now know that they work for infectious disease, and now we're really excited to see about bringing this new technology to vaccinate against cancer.
So the principle you seem to be laying out is that an individual patient could have an individually tailored vaccine, not just for the type of cancer, but for that very individual's cancer, and that this could be turned around in a week, something like that, 2 weeks?
Right. So you're exactly right. So this would be a vaccine that is individually made for that individual patient, not for the individual cancer. We're not at this scale where this could be turned around in weeks yet. So we're talking about more on the order of a few weeks to a few months. But this is still very fast and much progress compared to what we thought it would take, many years ago. So I think we're sort of at the beginning of this unlocking the potential of how much we can go with mRNA vaccines, and additional clinical testing, of course, will allow us to understand and also improve on the current platforms that we have.
I don't want to put you quite in this position, but I'm really curious to know whether, you've been also in this field a long time. Does it feel like this is it? I mean, the details haven't been worked out, but this path of immunotherapy and to individual vaccines is going to be, once the details are worked out, that's going to be how cancer is treated and treated successfully 10, 15, 30 years from now?
Well, we're certainly very excited about it because of the effect that vaccines have had for other diseases. And, it certainly allows us to now test these exciting medicines to treat cancer in ways that we were hoping to do previously, but didn't really have the technology to be able to do it. And now we have the technology to be able to do it, thank you to mRNA vaccines. So I think it's a very exciting time for oncology, certainly for tumor immunology, as in the upcoming years, we'll now learn about, how we can develop these mRNA technology to treat cancer, either through vaccines or potentially through other strategies as well.
And last question on this topic is, what are the roadblocks to this being it? What could, I don't mean to say what could go wrong, but I am in a sort of way saying what out there might be an unexpected obstacle to this process ultimately working for all cancers? Is it just the needing to know how all cancers function, or could it be something else?
Well, I think we need a lot more science on this topic, both science in patients as well as science in the laboratory. I think both of these two areas will really help us understand, else do we need to be able to effectively vaccinate against a cancer using these new technologies? So I think the stage is set for us to sort of to work on this and learn more from this. And over the years, with more clinical trials and more testing, then we'll now understand, more about what is actually needed to be able to induce an immune response to these cancers using mRNA vaccines in patients. We're sort of still at the very early stage of this, but it's exciting times ahead.
It's interesting that both your lab, Dr. Balachandran, and also the Cancer Research Institute are quite focused on pancreatic cancer, which, as most people know, is one of the more challenging forms of cancer. And I want to come back to you, Dr. O'Donnell-Tormey. Why is that? What's the focus on pancreatic cancer about, and what are you hoping to learn and to develop from that focus?
Well, obviously, we all know pancreatic cancer is one of the most difficult cancers to treat, especially if it's advanced. So I think it is a major, medical unmet need. And we also know that the checkpoint inhibitors, which I referred to before, which have kind of the major interest in what has revolutionized immunotherapies, and many people think that's only the type of immunotherapies they on their own have not proven to work very effectively in pancreatic cancer. So I think this is where the science comes in. You have to ask the questions of why. That's the major question, I think, in immunotherapy these days. We've heard from Dr. Balachandran that 20% of patients seem to respond to the current immunotherapies. The other 80% that don't. The big question is, why do the same patient, that looks like the same patient, same disease, same stage, why one responds and one doesn't to these immunotherapies? And in pancreatic cancer, this is an area, there's an unmet need, and there's this question of will it take to get checkpoint blockades to work in pancreatic cancer. And this is where combination therapy comes in. One of the potentials is using a vaccine in combination with these checkpoint inhibitors. But there's a lot of stages that take place in terms of getting an effective immune response against any cancer. And we're just coming to understand how we can measure what is the step that's missing in patients when they don't respond to the current immunotherapies. And so pancreatic cancer is a place we can ask these questions and understand biomarkers of response and non-response, and actually also deliver major needed treatments for the patients with pancreatic cancer.
Again, to all of you who are joining us, I want to remind you can ask questions and to put questions into the conversation. Just send them our way and I'll bring them into the conversation. In fact, I've just received one now from Nigel Brockton, who asks, is there potential to target mRNA vaccines to common genetic features of pre-malignant lesions? Dr. Balachandran, I am not sure that I understand the question, so I'm hoping that you will interpret it into layman's terms for me and then go for the answer.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and it's just sort of the concept of, can you generate or develop a vaccine to prevent cancer even before it occurs? Because we know cancer is a disease that occurs when you develop mutations or breaks in the DNA in a normal cell that then converts the normal cell to become an abnormal cancer cell and divide and grow into a cancer. So, and we also know that one of the main things that the immune system sees as foreign in a cancer are these mutations. So in theory, if you could find a mutation where you could effectively vaccinate against, you could, in theory, vaccinate before cancers even develop. So this is certainly a long-term goal, I think, for the whole community. We're not quite there yet because we're sort of still at the early stages of understanding how we can generate an immune response against these mutations. But as we learn more about that, then of course this will be another area that the field I will focus on, I'm sure.
Paul Millman asks this question, begins with a statement: developing an RNA vaccine is very expensive. Can you estimate the cost of developing individually tailored vaccine? I think this question refers to not the future when the therapy has become regularized, but rather what is it going to cost to get to that future? How much research funding is going to be needed? Are we talking billions of dollars more?
Well, I don't think it will be billions of dollars, but I certainly do think this does require a concerted effort and collaboration between academia, biotechnology companies, and more federal funding to be able to support these types of clinical trials. Clinical trials are expensive, and particularly clinical trials where you're testing novel ideas, which require personalized therapies such as mRNA vaccines for cancer. That is also expensive, but I think it's a very worthwhile investment, because by doing these studies, this is how we will learn about how to bring immunotherapy to bear on these other cancers, which have been traditionally not really responsive to the current ones that we have.
Well, not billions. This sounds pretty encouraging, actually. So I think there's some optimism in that. Victor Siklovan asks the question, can each of you speak to the state of the state in early detection and prevention research, perhaps even commenting on precision medicine's role in this? Dr. O'Donnell-Tormey, can you take that on, this prevention issue?
Yeah, so I think we all know the earlier cancer is detected, the better chances the patient has for long-term survival. So I think it all comes down to, and I think this is a technology question. I think we've seen that there's an explosion in technologies, all the omics, the single cell analysis that you can learn so much about the genetics and epigenetics and proteomics of what's going on in a cell. I think one of we're using that now, certainly on the research side, in terms of analyzing samples from patients that are on clinical trials. I think one of the challenges will be, how do you bring this to be useful in the clinic for patients, in terms of really being able to diagnose early or subset patients and know which patients need which treatment, so as we move towards personalized immunotherapy. And I think that's the real challenge. I'm sure Dr. Balachandran has another viewpoint as an actual clinician.
Yeah, I'd like to. Great setup to the question. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll add to that. I think particularly for pancreatic cancer, which is sort of the area that I focus on, one of the challenges, even with early detection, is the need for effective treatments. So I'd like to just sort of highlight that as well, that of course early detection is extremely important. However, what is also needed are better treatments for many cancers, particularly ones such as pancreatic cancer. Pancreatic cancer is soon to become the second leading cause of cancer-related death in the United States in only the next 3 years. So more cancer deaths from pancreatic cancer than cancer deaths from colon cancer, from prostate cancer, from breast cancer, from ovarian cancer, from melanoma. So really high unmet medical need. And for pancreatic cancer, we're still using therapies which have been developed, decades ago. And because of this is one of the reasons why it's going to become the second leading cause of cancer-related death. Survival rate with current best treatments only at 9%. So a lot of room to improve here. So really putting a highlight on that what we do need are better treatments in addition to early detection.
Right. Two not necessarily mutually exclusive priorities. I want to thank both of you for this conversation, for showing us where we're going in a rapidly accelerating, rapidly approaching future. It was a very optimistic conversation, and we're going to leave it right there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to a session produced by our underwriter, GSK.
Hi, everyone. Great to be at People vs. Cancer. Our focus today is how we're applying technology to improve cancer treatment. I'm joined by my friend and colleague, Fyodor Urnov. He's professor of molecular and cell biology at UC Berkeley and Director of Technology and Translation at the Innovative Genomics Institute, founded by his colleague Jennifer Doudna. Fyodor also spearheaded the creation of our joint lab, the Laboratory for Genomics Research, with UCSF, UCB, and GSK. I've known Fyodor for years. He's passionate for pushing the boundaries and thinking out of the box. He's really ambitious for patients. Fyodor, one of the technologies we're working with is functional genomics. Perhaps you can explain what we mean by that, and in particular by CRISPR.
Tony, cancer is a disease of our DNA. There are culprits in our genes that cause us to develop cancer. CRISPR and functional genomics allow us to do unprecedented quality and speed detective work to track down those culprits in a way we've never been able to do before. I am thrilled to be working with you on the Laboratory for Genomics Research, because it really gives us a remarkable opportunity to put CRISPR and functional genomics to its full use to track down, if you will, the criminal in our DNA that causes us to develop cancer.
Theodore, look, we certainly feel the imperative to improve success rates. Urgency in cancer is high. We know the field can do better. Today, even with major advances in cancer care, less than 30% of patients respond to certain immuno-oncology therapies. Importantly, we're already using this technology. It allows us to discover new biology, to understand cancer better in just a single experiment. This massively accelerates our knowledge base. What used to take decades or more, we now do in a single well-designed experiment. This means we'll discover new targets more quickly, and they'll be better matched to patients.
Tony, I'm deeply affected by this number you just gave. 2 out of 3 people don't respond. I know we can do better. To me, marrying science, innovation in the academic sector, which of course is what we at Berkeley, UCSF, and the world over do so well, with the unique technology capabilities that GSK brings and the science on your end as well, is basically the way to create a, if you will, staying with the detective work analogy, Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson superhero team to tackle this, take this on. How do you think about science v technology in developing new cancer medicines?
Yeah, thank you. Look, at GSK, we see our mission at the intersection of science and technology, as you've described. And a great example of that is functional genomics. It's generating vast amounts of data to describe the disease, if you like, to generate the evidence. So we can unlock new insights that will have a positive impact on cancer research and treatment. Now, within that, artificial intelligence is essential to interpret those data and help point the way. This will build a new bridge between the laboratory and the clinic. I call this digitization of biology. Now, Theodore, perhaps you might tell us just a little more about how CRISPR fits into this story. How are we using it to improve the search for new oncology medicines in general at the LGR?
If you continue to think about cancer as a crime against our DNA, then step one, of course, is to gather all the evidence. And CRISPR is an extraordinary magnifying glass. It allows us to zoom in on literally individual letters in our genetic code, both in normal cells and cancer cells, and track down the full information set, if you will, about what drove a particular normal cell to change its DNA and then become cancerous. Okay, well, you've gathered the evidence. So now what? Well, you basically need the modern-day equivalent of a Sherlock Holmes-like intelligence to filter, parse through all of that to get to actionable information. And this, of course, is where artificial intelligence comes in. We can't rebuild Sherlock Holmes, but we can, on some level, do better, because computers, as we've learned, can be oftentimes a lot more powerful than any individual human mind. I'm excited for the fact that the Laboratory of Genomics Research is really a venue for this, where we can bring it all together in the same space to do this one-of-a-kind, first ever DNA sleuthing to get to the sources of cancer and understand how to treat it better.
And Theodore, perhaps to get a little more specific about some of those cases. As you already know, we're doing it with you at the LGR. 2 of our projects are in oncology. Inside GSK, over the past 2 years, we've completed more than 100 CRISPR screens for an asset within our portfolio. And that was about looking for new indications and new potential combinations. And most recently, something that I'm excited about is a collaboration with King's College London. Here, the objective is to create digital twins using AI/ML to match the right patients to the right medicines in the immuno-oncology setting to move that 30% success rate upwards. So Theodore, to finish, let's talk about how applying advanced technologies in partnership will ultimately benefit patients.
I've been thrilled to work with GSK because I have witnessed time and time again this remarkable moment of creativity where one person finishes another person's sentence and the sentence that comes out of that sounds really good. So in practical terms, we are very mindful here at UC Berkeley and UCSF and at the Innovative Genomics Institute that in order to make our insight and innovation resonate in the real world, we need this tested in the real world. And so this acceleration that you allude to is thrilling for all of us here because we will get to the answers sooner, which of course is what we're all aspiring to do.
Great. And so, Theodore, what you're saying is that we can do more together than apart. I fundamentally agree with that. It helps us to do even more and imagine new treatment opportunities for the future. At GSK, we feel 30% isn't good enough. We're applying advanced technology such as CRISPR and AI/ML, and we're working with people like you, Theodore, and academics around the world to solve that problem. This will mean that new medicines will be better tailored for patients and will reach them more quickly. Theodore, thank you so much for joining us today. Look forward to working with you in the future.
Tony, thank you. Here's to our joint detective work, uncovering new actionable clues to bring better cancer treatment to patients.
Next up, a discussion about screenings for all. I'm joined by Ginger Gardner, Vice Chair of Hospital Operations for the Department of Surgery at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, and Christopher S. Lathan, Chief Clinical Access and Equity Officer at the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute Network and Assistant Professor of Medicine at Harvard. Hello. The pandemic underlined that there are inequities in healthcare, and we're going to talk today about how that specifically manifests itself in cancer screening. Dr. Lathan and Dr. Gardner, it's great to have you with us. Dr. Lathan, let me start with you. Are there racial disparities in who gets screened for cancer?
Absolutely. I think there are racial and class and area disparities, and they all tend to go in parallel. So there are definitely structural barriers that impact our historically marginalized communities. So there's no doubt that that's been there for over time and continues to exist right now, even with the technologies that we have.
Dr. Gardner, you are chair of the Foundation for Women's Cancer, and I wonder if in some groups you've noticed a particular hesitancy to get screened for cancers associated with the female reproductive system.
Absolutely, Jean. In gynecologic cancers, we face some unique challenges. 1 in 5 individuals will be diagnosed with a gynecologic cancer every 5 minutes. So it's a huge statistic. It's a very frequent diagnosis, and we need to raise the national dialogue about gynecologic cancers. We recognize that for some of the historically marginalized communities, we have a really specific need, specifically in endometrial cancer, cancer of the uterus. We are seeing an increasing rate of diagnosis and particularly troublesome cell types, aggressive cell types for this population.
So what you're saying is the disparities are particularly alarming because of the incidence and also the aggressiveness of some of these cancers in some of these populations who are less likely to be screened?
That's exactly it. In gynecologic cancers, there are 5 tumor types that we face: ovarian cancer, uterine cancer, cervical, vaginal, and vulvar cancers. And these are sometimes hard cancers to talk about. And so we recognize that, and we need to increase the awareness about gynecologic cancers and these diseases amongst women. This is particularly a challenge for historically marginalized communities, and really the issue is awareness, and to bring this to the national dialogue so that women can get the information they need for appropriate screening, symptom recognition, and early treatment.
I'd like to dig in a little deeper with each of you about the reasons for these disparities. Dr. Lathan, you mentioned that geography could be a factor that relates to access, but is economic access also a huge barrier here?
Yeah, so if you look at the Institute of Medicine report that was published in 2002, so that's a long time ago, they talked about these barriers being all the way through our system. So certainly structural barriers around economic challenges. So how do you get there? Do you pay for parking? You know, what is it? Can you get a screening, and then can that screening turn into a diagnostic procedure, and then you get billed for it? That's something that you can see with when you're looking at endoscopy and screening for colorectal cancer. And, you know, if you look at lung cancer, which is the #1 cancer killer, and you look at the underutilization of our most at-risk patient populations, and again, you're talking about, you know, Black and brown communities, indigenous communities, and also rural and blue-collar communities of all races, all of them suffer from this lack of access, and a lot of it is due to the financial barriers. You have to get there. You have to figure out how you're going to pay for the time when you're not at work. So if you you're an hourly employee and you need to get your screening, you know, for colorectal cancer screening, you need to take 2 days, really, right? If you think about it, right? If you're you have to take the day for the prep, and then you have to take the day of the procedure. So that's money that it costs you. And many, many, many people have multiple other competing things that they're dealing with, and that makes it even harder to go to the screening. It's not just as simple as, you know, take care of your health and go do that. It's really being held down by the financial constraints as well.
Dr. Lathan, is trust also a factor, or mistrust? And has that mistrust grown in recent times because of mis and disinformation?
There's no doubt that how we communicate to individual patient populations matter, and that there's a historical memory of all the challenges. And I think, you know, we don't have to list a litany of them for all of our communities of color, but specifically for African Americans and indigenous peoples, there are very specific patterns that we've had over hundreds of years. So yes, there's trust issues there. But here's what we know. If you talk to your community, if you listen to your community, and COVID has taught us this, then the community leaders, you engage with the community leaders, you can start to ameliorate some of these trust issues. I worry sometimes that we put up the trust issue as a shield to say, well, people don't trust us. That's not what's happening. You have to really engage and listen, and it takes time to build trust. But we know if you trust your provider, you will try to get some of these procedures done and some of these screening opportunities as well.
A reminder to our audience, we'd love your questions. Use the Q&A tab, put them in. We'll get to as many of them as we possibly can. Dr. Gardner, it was feared that the pandemic would have a negative impact on screenings. Did you see that materialize, and has it been true in some populations more than others?
It was definitely a challenge. I mean, so much of our lives shut down with the pandemic. And just as Dr. Lathan said, it's largely about logistics. If you think about it, for women's cancer, many women are seen as the caretaker of the family and pulled in so many different directions. And for screening and prevention, we just have to stop and look at ourselves and take care of our own health at some level, and garner the important information about awareness and prevention for gynecologic cancers to take that action. Logistics plays a big role, and getting out the message. So for the Foundation for Women's Cancer, what we've done is set up a national campaign this year called Move the Message. And Move the Message is all about knowing about the 5 gynecologic cancer subtypes, because the biology is different for each of them. The symptom recognition, the screening tests are different for each of those 5 gynecologic cancers. So Move the Message has been our platform to provide patient-free patient education resources online. That includes brochures, online tutorials, webinars, all free for any patient anywhere, to help bridge the gap and provide that awareness and information into communities of need. In addition, Move the Message is to partner with local advocacy groups, partner with community groups and cancer centers across the country, because we have to move the message. We have to provide not only the patient education materials, knowledge is power, but also the access and the information to the people that need it the most. So working within communities, as Dr. Lathan said, to raise the awareness and move the message, specifically in gynecologic cancers, which in itself is a disenfranchised population for the reasons mentioned before.
Dr. Lathan, did you too see that the pandemic had a negative impact on screenings?
Yes, I think anecdotally, we definitely saw that. I'm a lung cancer clinician. And so, as a medical oncologist, if I see people coming in, generally they have more advanced disease. We did notice that there was a blip in the presentation of folks coming in with a little more advanced disease. Now it's anecdotal. I know that there's some other data that shows that there's a delay in people, going to get their screenings. And so I think we expect, I know certainly, the American Cancer Society also expects that there's going to be an increase in late stage diagnoses for many of the screening cancers. So seeing it anecdotally, and also early indicators seem to say that we're going to be seeing an increase in advanced stage cancer because of the pandemic. So I think that that's definitely true.
Does this delay in screening because of the pandemic and a general resistance to screening in some populations, does that explain why outcomes can be so different for different groups of people? Dr. Lathan?
So yes, but I think it's only one part of it. So as you heard, Dr. Gardner say, there are a couple things here. So yes, it's true that, access to screening is really important, but I want to push back again on what we're doing here. We're kind of pushing again back on the patients and saying, you guys, you can't make it here for these reasons. And the reason that we see this difference is because you're not getting screened. It's because people don't get screened. And then even when they get screened, they don't get treated the same way. And then their the other risk factors that they have because of where they live and their socioeconomic status and the history of structural racism and classism, all those things impact it. So it is a part of it. And we need to break down barriers. And I liked what Dr. Gardner was saying about this bidirectional conversations with communities. So all of it impacts. It's not just that one thing.
And I'd like to follow up on that because I think, really furthering research in this space is so important. It's about patient education, it's awareness, it's an interactive dialogue with communities, absolutely. And it's also about funding the research that we need to understand how to best close the gap and to best understand the biology at play. For example, from the Foundation for Women's Cancer, we give out over $500,000 in grant funding related to gynecologic cancers, and we've set up 2 new research mechanisms to fund innovative research specifically about health equity, diversity, and inclusion. And this may tackle issues related to different cell types, cancer subtypes within uterine cancer, as an example. Access barriers, we need to study that and figure out how we can best close the gap with scientific inquiry and discovery. So from the Foundation for Women's Cancer, this is an expanded portfolio of our research engine related to diverse populations and communities.
Dr. Gardner, we have a question for you coming in from Mary Lear. She asked, Dr. Gardner, where can I find the free information you mentioned on Memorial Sloan Kettering's website?
MoveTheMessage.org. MoveTheMessage.org is from the Foundation for Women's Cancer. That is the national advocacy and research arm of the Society of Gynecologic Oncology. So I really wear 2 hats here this morning. I'm a gynecologic oncologist, which means I'm a specialist in the care of women at risk of or with a gynecologic cancer. And I'm also the current chair of the Foundation for Women's Cancer, which is our national organization connected to our scientific specialty of gynecologic oncologists. Those are those of us in the field that dedicate our life to gynecologic cancers. So Foundation for Women's Cancer at MoveTheMessage.org has a lot of it. And of course, the MSK site links as well.
Dr. Lathan, I want to follow up something that Dr. Gardner said earlier about technology and it being a way of communicating with people. Telemedicine certainly is another aspect of this that got a lot of publicity and mentioned during the pandemic. Are those solutions, or are the access to technology, are there so many problems around the access to technology that is not going to do the job that needs to be done?
That's a great question. I think the technology is a tool, and like a tool, it can be useful, and it also can be used to widen disparities. I'll be very specific. So if you look at during the pandemic, people went to virtual visits. Some of those virtual visits were telephone visits, and some of those virtual visits were using different platforms to engage patients and being able to visualize and talk to them. So what we know is the older your patient population, the browner your patient population is, the more rural your patient population is, the less likely you're going to be able to do the virtual visits that are not phone calls. And so there is a digital divide in this country. It is another access issue. And I think that sometimes we as clinicians become enamored with technology to solve the problem. The technology is just another tool. And so we need to be able to figure out, what do you do when somebody speaks a different language and you give them this platform? How do we set this up so that we can help people utilize these platforms so we don't end up with, phone calls all the time? Phone calls are okay, but that's not a great way to talk about a new diagnosis of something, right? So I think the technology is great. I think there's been a rush to say this is going to fix it. And like what we've seen time and time again is initially the rollout of the technology will exacerbate disparities until we put in policies that make sure that it's equal access and we can help the folks who have less access.
Dr. Gardner, do we also have to think about where we deliver care?
Absolutely, Jean. It's so important. I mean, as Dr. Lathan said, the rural communities are also a disenfranchised set, and we do see a higher mortality rate of cancers, especially those for which there are early screening and symptom recognition opportunities. We see a higher mortality rate for those cancers in more rural populations. So it's very important. We see a similar finding within our ovarian cancer population, where access to a large cancer center with specialty gynecologic oncologists for the management of an ovarian cancer really has been shown in the data to be treatment that it follows NCCN guidelines and pays dividends in terms of the oncologic outcome. So you're absolutely right. And logistics is a challenge, but the more we can have this dialogue together, make the information available, can help to drive the message move the message for gynecologic cancers and in our collective work to really eliminate disparities and improve health outcomes for all.
Dr. Lathan, do you want to weigh in on this question of location and also potentially transportation?
Absolutely. I just want to resonate with what Dr. Gardner says, that, location in our rural communities, and then add the cultural components for indigenous communities right on top of that. So there is an isolation that can happen there in addition to the distance. And so, there's no doubt that how we deliver care, we need to think about it. We need to think about where we deliver care. But there's also another component here is, there's also, as our care gets more and more highly specialized, how do we disseminate some of the expertise that's centralized in certain places? I like Dr. Gardner, I'm at an NCI Cancer Center. I do some work in our community sites as well to try to bridge that gap. Because I think the problem is we say we need to figure out how to deliver all this care at a distance. And some of it we can do. And we need to innovate and think about how we do that. I think we need to bring the same amount of innovation we bring to the development of drugs to the dissemination of drugs, right? But we also need to figure out, well, how do we triage what needs to go to specialty areas? How do we give access to this specialty and kind of precision medicine? These are all big policy decisions, but there's no doubt that where you are in relation to your specialty center matters. There's a lot of publications that have shown that the further you are away, the quality of the care that you might receive is less.
I'd just like to follow up on that. In our department, one of my colleagues, Dr. Emmeline Navicki, and colleagues are looking at the concept of financial toxicity. And this is an increasing hot topic in access to cancer care, and it's really important that we have our eye on that. In addition, as an institution, we recognize the importance of regionalization and creating access points that are beyond urban center and expanding our footprint in meaningful ways as a community. So this is ongoing work at our institution, and as part of the Foundation of Women's Cancer, it's really a similar effort in terms of bridging the distance and the logistics, patient information, awareness, and research. That's where we are for the Foundation for Women's Cancer, making these available tools, educational tools, available, accessible for all free, and driving the research engine behind opportunities to close the disparities gap.
Dr. Gardner, you just used a phrase, financial toxicity. What does that mean?
It's basically when we look at new drug therapy or new surgical approaches, we frequently look at the side effects of these interventions. Side effects can be something like nausea from a chemotherapy or a rash from a different type of drug. Side effects could be a complication of a surgical intervention or procedure. And we also recognize that there are other side effects of cancer care. The topic of financial toxicity is recognizing that this is a side effect of some of the logistical challenges that face various populations in seeking access and treatment for cancer. So it's an emerging area and important to study, especially related to some of our discussion here this morning.
Dr. Lathan, are you optimistic that things are going to change and that these current inequities, particularly as regards to screening, are going to normalize?
I'm going to give a very honest answer to you, which is I am hopeful that the tragedy of COVID will allow us to change the rhetoric. As you could hear from Dr. Gardner and myself, there's always been a lot of great conversation. These are not new problems, and we've been talking about them. I think we need to switch to accountability and thinking about really bringing the will to make the policy changes, the way we disseminate, and the way we think about access to our cancer centers. And I just want to add on a little bit about, financial toxicity. So the majority of the research that Dr. Gardner mentions has talked about what I would say is how cancer and having cancer and being treated for cancer makes you poor. Some of the work that we've looked at, and it's over almost 10 years ago now, is what happens when you're already poor when you have cancer. And there's less research on that, right? About what do we do with the financial distress of people who present with cancer. And I think part of that is because of the way that we think about our research and, describing and identifying these problems so we could focus, navigation programs. And that's some of the work that a lot of people are involved in, and certainly we're doing here. But I just wanted to say that that's important. That's a really important way for us to change the dialogue here and move towards actual actions. And then I might have even more hope, but I'm hopeful that the dialogue has changed.
And we're going to have to leave it there. Dr. Lathan and Dr. Gardner, thank you both for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
While we're on a break, we encourage you to network with other attendees and visit our expo booths. To participate, select the networking icon located on the left-hand side of the screen. Next, click Join, and you'll be randomly paired with another attendee for about 5 minutes. If you wish, you can exchange virtual information with each other and keep in contact via direct message within the platform. You can also click the Explore icon to visit our virtual expo booths. Here you can explore more resources from the Atlantic and our underwriters related to today's event. We'll see you shortly after the break.
Welcome to a session produced by our underwriter, Bristol Myers Squibb.
Thank you so much for joining us. While also being on the cusp of some of the most exciting next generation personalized medicines that can potentially cure some of the toughest to treat cancers. That is why I'm so grateful to lead this discussion, to take a look back at the past decade of advancements in cancer research and explore the latest innovations in cancer prevention, diagnosis, and treatment. With that, I'm pleased to introduce the panelists we have here with us today, joining us from a range of organizations representing different aspects of cancer care. We have Dr. Nina Shah, Professor of Clinical Medicine in the Division of Hematology Oncology at the University of California, San Francisco. Dr. Shah's research focuses on multiple myeloma clinical trials, specifically immunotherapy and cellular therapy. From MD Anderson Center is Dr. Pam Sharma. Dr. Sharma is the Professor of Genitourinary Medical Oncology and Immunology in the Division of Cancer Medicine, who has focused her research primarily on immunotherapy, including collaborating with Dr. James P. Allison to explore combination therapies to more effectively treat a variety of cancers. Also joining us is Patricia Goldsmith, Chief Executive Officer of Cancer Care. Trish is advocating for those impacted by cancer on a daily basis. She was recently named to Forbes 50 over 50 Vision list, which highlights women over the age of 50 who've achieved significant success. Congratulations, Trish. Now, let's jump into questions. We have so many questions for our esteemed panel. As we all know, over the past year and a half, the global COVID-19 pandemic has really had a significant impact on people living with cancer, everyone, but certainly people living with cancer, to quite frankly, the supply of medicine and the way clinical trials and research is being conducted. And we'd like to hear from each of you to understand really what has been the biggest impact that COVID has had on cancer care. Let's start there. Dr. Shah?
Thank you for having me today to participate in this panel. Indeed, COVID has had an impact on the experience of patients with cancer. And I think one of the most important things that we are seeing is that patients are really worried about how their immune system is going to function in the setting of getting chemotherapy, understanding if they're even going to make a response to vaccine, and trying to understand their risks. So there's an added level of anxiety that our patients have to deal with now. And many of them actually can't mount responses to the COVID vaccine based on the treatments that they're getting. So there is a little bit of a heightened anxiety for these patients, in addition to maybe how they might have changed getting their care, whether they like to make more visits or less visits, or maybe engage in Zoom or other virtual platforms more frequently.
That's fascinating. Thank you, Dr. Shah, for sharing that. And Dr. Sharma, in addition to, fears about coming in for treatment and, uncertainty about whether or not the vaccine will actually work in your cancer patients, what have you seen, or what do you identify as the biggest impact that COVID-19 has had on the care of cancer patients?
I think one of the biggest things that we've seen in our center has been the fact that we had to have a short shutdown of clinical trials, right? Because we were not able to continue clinical trial research during the time of the pandemic. And because of that, our patients who were participating on these clinical trials, who were receiving their therapies on these clinical trials, had this break in their treatment. And we had to come up with new ways of how to make sure that they were still getting treatments, even though they weren't making it into the hospitals, and how to continue to monitor our patients for side effects and toxicities while they're not making it to the clinic for visits. So I think those were very trying times, and of course, anxiety-provoking times for all of us. The clinicians who are conducting these clinical trials, the pharma companies for whom these clinical trials are very important to understand whether or not their drugs are having the benefits they expect. And then, of course, our patients who are really relying on these therapies to be their next treatment or the bridge to their next treatment for their cancer.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. And Tris, can you provide your perspective on this as well?
Certainly, I'm happy to. And again, I'm so pleased to be with everyone today. So, at Cancer Care, for us as an organization, we don't deliver clinical care, but rather we support the patients and their journey through treatment, through bereavement, and many other aspects of cancer diagnosis. And I would say that for cancer patients during COVID, it exacerbated so many issues that were already in place. But if I had to rank order them, what I would say is that the feeling of isolation, the feeling of fear, and the entire support system in many circumstances fell apart. So imagine cancer patients that were accustomed to having a loved one or a caregiver go to a visit with them, often interpret, listen, and help them make decisions. Those individuals were no longer there. Many individuals that had relied on either mass transit, friends, or other transportation to and from treatment, that system fell apart for individuals. Then we can talk about job losses, potential loss of income for the household. It was absolutely devastating. In fact, in the early days of COVID, in the early months of COVID, we were fielding 10,000 calls a month. And the level of desperation and fear and intensity was unlike anything that we had ever experienced in our 77-year history.
Thank you for sharing that. You know, the words that you used, isolation and fear, desperation. Dr. Sharma, you talked about disruption to clinical trials. Dr. Shah, you talked about disruption to care. Those were all some of the difficulties that we experienced during COVID. But I'd like to ask a question specifically of you, Dr. Sharma and Dr. Shah. What changes have been made to cancer care and research due to COVID that actually may be beneficial in the long run, such as remote care for patients? Have you identified different or better ways to really optimize clinical trial participation as a result of the pandemic? Dr. Shah, may I start with you?
Yeah, that's a really important silver lining, hopefully, from all of this, is that we have now been able to facilitate and make easy or easier for patients to engage with specialists who they may not have had access to via remote platforms. And I really hope this is one of the things that will carry forward after the pandemic, because this actually is eventually going to improve and increase access to clinical trials for patients who otherwise do not have access to nearby specialty centers. And if nothing else, they will at least learn more about their malignancy and understand the other opportunities that they could participate in for clinical trials. And on the flip side, I think that there's a lot more motivation from investigators and industry counterparts to maybe make these clinical trials more accessible from a day-to-day perspective. Maybe we can do remote labs or remote visits so people who are further away can participate in these very promising clinical trials.
Thank you for sharing that. Dr. Sharma?
I think, again, the silver lining that we can talk about from COVID was how we all came together. I mean, I have to say that COVID really brought all of us together from so many different disciplines. If you're thinking about virology, immunology, clinicians, cardiologists, all of us became involved in this fight against COVID from a scientific standpoint. And I think that silver lining is what we need to take forward with us. And we need to do that for our cancer patients as we're bringing together different groups at the table. So how can pharma companies help us to make sure that we're getting clinical trials out there into the community, not just at academic centers? How can we make sure telemedicine and other technology-enabled devices give access to patients who did not previously have access to these types of clinical trials? How do we make sure that we have more diversity, equity, and inclusion within clinical trials, which we've, had discussions about in the past, but didn't really deliver on that, unfortunately. But this is the time to do it now. The conversations have changed. The people at the table are now more of the partners that we need to make sure that those conversations can really deliver on impactful changes and policy changes that will make a difference for all of our patients.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I agree with you. COVID certainly has catapulted us into a future world, and it requires that we do better. Now, I'd like to pivot just for a moment and move away from COVID and the impact that it's had on cancer to talk about innovation. And in particular, I'd like to start in speaking about immunotherapies. And when we think about immunotherapies, they really do represent an exciting field of research that have truly expanded our understanding of the underlying mechanisms of cancer and, importantly, how it's treated. And I would say, in addition to that, the field of personalized therapies, including cell therapies, is certainly rapidly growing and transforming how treatments can be manufactured for and delivered to patients on an individualized basis. So with that context in mind, Dr. Sharma, how do you see the research into immunotherapies and cell therapies evolving over the next, let's say, 5 to 10 years?
So thank you. I feel that, immunotherapy has clearly changed the paradigm for how we're treating cancer patients. For many, many years, we relied on surgery, radiation, chemotherapy, but we didn't really have impactful immunotherapy or, practice-changing immunotherapy. And with the advent of immune checkpoint therapy, which is really this new type of immunotherapy that takes advantage of understanding the basic mechanisms of how T-cell responses, and T-cells being the soldiers of the immune system, how these responses are really can be taken advantage of and driven towards helping our patients with cancer. So the immune checkpoint therapy agents can be given systemically, and because they're targeting the immune system, they're not targeting the cancer cells themselves. We've now seen that patients with many different cancer types are benefiting, right? These are patients with melanoma, lung cancer, bladder cancer, many, many other tumor types that are now benefiting, and it's great for our patients. But there are only subsets of patients who are benefiting. And how do we take advantage of what we've learned from the basic science and translate it into the clinic to make it even more, for more patients, I should say, to have that kind of benefit? And what we've seen is that combination therapies are the way to move forwards. And that means combinations that can drive immune responses when you take advantage of chemotherapy killing these tumor cells, and the immunotherapy agents then driving that immune response for further. So we're looking at multiple types of combination therapies now: immunotherapy plus immunotherapy, as well as immunotherapy plus chemotherapy, radiation therapy, and surgery even. And I think that's going to be the benefit that we see, the evolution moving forward. That, including the fact that the immune system that we've studied from a basic science standpoint had really been about T cells. And what we've learned is that the immune system has so many other cell types that participate in tumor rejection. So we're needing more science, more basic science about these other cell types, including myeloid cells, NK cells, dendritic cells. And so that will also drive the future of immunotherapy for our patients.
And thank you for that. And when you talk about the future of immunotherapies, it's certainly so exciting for all scientists who are involved in the research, and for those of us on the industry side who are involved and helping to develop and bring these therapies to market. But I'd really like to ask the question from the perspective of the patient. So Trish, when you think about immunotherapies and personalized therapies such as CAR-T cell therapies, how have they changed the patient treatment journey, and what unmet needs really still remain through the lens of our patients? And how do patients navigate all of their options?
So I guess in a general sense, what I'd like to say is what these therapies have done is brought hope to patients. One thing I know we can agree upon universally: every individual in this world hopes for a cure for cancer, hopes for a better outcome, a longer life, to live with cancer as a chronic disease. That is only going to happen through the pharmaceutical and biotech industry. And in many ways, I think most patients know that. And so hope is so key. When a patient hears personalized therapy, it to them implies, they may not understand the mechanisms of action and all of the clinical data behind it, but what it doesn't imply is something that is personalized to them and their disease. And that is so critically important. But what I also have to say is, every day we talk to patients where there's a huge gap in understanding what these therapies are, where they might be able to access them, or even how to talk to their clinical team about these therapies and the potential for them. And we know that cancer is still a disease of the elderly. Those are individuals that were raised to not question a physician, to just say, if the doctor says this is the treatment for me, that's probably the right answer, as opposed to potentially proactively asking about other types of therapies, seeking a second opinion, etc. So it is absolutely critically important that we as organizations find the way to get these wonderful advances to patients. There are a lot of barriers out there.
Now, speaking of, Doctor, the comments around, combination therapies being the future and this concept of personalized therapies and removing barriers for patients, one of the things we often talk about is the concept of the right therapy for the right patient at the right time. So, Dr. Shah, what would it mean to really be able to have personalized medicines for all patients that are living with cancer? And is that even a feasible reality?
Yeah, in some ways it's already happening, right? So we have things like chimeric antigen receptor T cells or CAR T cells, which are made from a person's own T cells, and in that way it's personalized. We also have things like vaccine therapy that are made in part from a patient's own tumor lysate or tumor protein. So those things are happening now, but understanding exactly which patients are going to respond to which therapies, I think that's probably a more widespread, clinically applicable way to get personalized therapy. That is choosing the right therapy for the right patient. And one of the things that has been great about understanding that need is that a lot of our industry partners have been doing a lot of correlative science or looking at patient profiles to understand which patients respond the best. And if we could even figure out a third of the patients in a trial that did the best and maybe focus on that 33%, so that those can be really successful cases in the future in the real world, we will slowly move towards picking the right cancer treatment for the right patient, even within the same cancer. You might have the same cancer between two patients, but one patient will benefit more. And so I really look forward to keeping the conversation going, both between the investigators, the patients, as well as the industry sponsors, to get these correlative data out there.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. And so, I want to continue to build on this concept of the right therapy for the right patient at the right time, and ask a question about research in the context of cancer care. So when I think of research in cancer care, I think that it's become so advanced, and we're seeing the use of partnerships, data sharing, even machine learning, and other sophisticated approaches to deliver those critical insights that help to inform the development of new therapies and technologies, with the hope that it allows for innovation to happen and guiding kind of the next generation of therapies that we hope will be available for patients in the near future. So thinking about research and cancer care, Dr. Sharma, what are you currently most excited about in cancer research?
I think the cancer research field is really bringing together some of the best minds now as we move forward with this idea of the combinatorial therapies. When you think about it, we were in the era of genomic medicine for quite a while before we hit on this era of immunotherapy. And in genomic medicine, we're looking at driver mutations that really allow for oncogenesis process to take off and for some of these cancers to really become the cancers that they are today in the patient. So what we can do is target those driver mutations based on sequencing the patient's tumors with new drugs and therapies that were developed for those specific mutations. And now we can think of combining those with immunotherapies. But there are many other areas of science that we're seeing now that's also important for driving immune responses and for cancer therapies. And I'm thinking more along the lines of epigenetic agents, for example, where we understand the epigenome better and how those are driving tumor cells or immune cell responses. And so for me, it's really this combination of where we're taking pieces of cancer science that have been done, whether it's in immunology, whether it's in epigenetics, whether it's in genomic medicine, whether it's in radiation oncology, but there are different scientific research areas that are now coming to the table that it's allowing us to say, hey, how can we combine this? And even if you think about it, areas outside of cancer, for example, such as autoimmunity, that's teaching us what is an immune response when it's gone too far, which is what we're trying to get to happen in cancer. How do we learn from that area and bring that also into cancer research? So I think there are pieces there that we can take advantage of, and we're seeing more and more of that. So that's what I'm most excited about. And also, of course, using the technology to engineer these therapies so that they do become more personalized, and learning from all of this data, because we have bioinformatics and computational biology, learning from all of that so that we can now understand which patients will potentially benefit from each of these different combinations.
Thank you for sharing that, Dr. Sharma. So, Dr. Shah, building on what Dr. Sharma just mentioned, epigenetics, immunotherapies, targeted therapies, and various combinations thereof. If COVID taught us anything, it taught us the need to accelerate. And so how can we accelerate and really optimize our current research in cancer to advance these breakthroughs more quickly so that we can get these combinations, this innovative medicine to patients?
Yeah, this is a really important point, and one that I even struggle with, because we want to make everything safe and make sure that everything is effective and have good endpoints for that. But sometimes those endpoints take a long time, especially to get regulatory approval. And that ultimately is what guides whether patients have access to medications. So because of that, I'm really looking forward to ways that we can have innovative endpoints that might be sooner than maybe waiting for survival data. So for example, in multiple myeloma, we may use things like minimal residual disease or sustained minimal residual disease to understand that a person is doing well from a particular therapy, and maybe pushing that therapy towards approval based on that endpoint instead of waiting years and years for survival changes. We are trying to bring all of these therapies to the forefront, and doing one at a time is difficult, and then doing the combination is even more difficult. So if we can make this faster, I think that would be good. I also think that there's a lot of red tape in research that maybe it's gotten to be a little bit too much, and I would love to see ways that we could make those things more efficient so that we could get every trial done and quickly verified versus waiting for all of the things to be checked and rechecked. And if there were more efficient ways to streamline data, I think that would help, instead of having so many back and forth checks of this, and we could really give the FDA a package that's quicker than maybe just waiting for everything to be checked 3 or 4 times.
Thank you for sharing that. And so, what I just heard is this idea that combinations, these innovative combinations, are the future, but looking at innovative endpoints, different endpoints, removing red tape, trying to simplify the system in order to get these approvals more quickly, that's really important. But as the daughter of 2 parents, both my mother and father had cancer, my mother breast cancer, my father prostate cancer, I recall when both were diagnosed, all they heard was cancer. And they were in a fog until they were able to step away. And then they got into active mode to do research and to ask questions. And so when we talk about clinical research and scientific advancements in cancer care, some of that may feel very much outside the reach for people when they first get that diagnosis and they first hear you have cancer. So with the patient in mind, Trish, with all of these scientific advancements that are being made, certainly with the goal of improving cancer outcomes, what aspects of treatment and care are really most important to patients that we must be ever thoughtful about and keep top of mind when we're developing the next generation of innovation in cancer care?
I think it's important for us to remember that cancer is one component of an individual's life. It can seem all-consuming, but yet there is the life of family, the professional life, children, etc. When I think back on my long career, my entire career was in academic medicine until I joined Cancer Care as its CEO. And I remember during my 10-year time at Moffitt Cancer Center, many conversations about challenges in accrual to clinical trials, which are critical to move the needle, to advance the research. But never once did I really understand some of the barriers until I came to Cancer Care. You have no idea of individuals' challenges with respect to affording transportation or paying for parking or paying for childcare. Those are huge barriers for individuals. I also had no idea of how much a $300 or $400 check could mean to an individual to be able to afford that parking. There was a fascinating article published recently by Dr. Fumiko Chino at Memorial Sloan Kettering about the very issue of parking. The other thing that I want to say that is critical, that has only been exacerbated by COVID, is the need for food assistance and food insecurity. So in our 77 years of providing financial assistance for many, many years, typically the number one request from cancer patients was for transportation to and from treatment or to a clinical trial. So our fiscal year closed June 30th, and we distributed almost $80 million in financial assistance to cancer patients in active treatment. The number one request was food and food insecurity. So we have to be mindful of the fact that we have all of these extraordinary advances, but if an individual can't put a meal on the table or afford to get to and from treatment or a trial, it's not going to happen.
No, Trish, thank you for sharing that. I think what you just underscored is that the absolute best data without the ability for patients to get access to that data is, quite frankly, just interesting. And I agree with your point of view that we have to balance or be ever mindful that, the future of cancer care is certainly bright, but it has to include opportunities for everyone to have access to the innovation. And I'd certainly like to invite our audience to submit questions for our panel today. But before we do that, I want to just spend a few moments talking about this concept that you started talking about, which is health equity. And I heard a statement several months ago that actually it was both shocking and disturbing, which is a person's zip code is a stronger determinant of their health outcomes than their genetic code. And so if you think about that in the context of cancer patients and the importance of health equity, from the community perspective and from the patient perspective, we really cannot overstate the need to focus here. And it's really important that all populations are adequately represented in cancer research. But quite frankly, it goes beyond improving diversity in clinical trials. There's so much work that needs to happen, not only in clinical trials, but also in access to care once products are approved. So I'd really like to hear from each of you on, what critical steps can be taken to ensure health equity and, quite frankly, adequate representation of all patients and communities in cancer research, and then certainly in the treatment landscape. Trish, may I start with you?
Certainly. So I think we've all heard the term, it takes a village. This is going to take a universe, an absolute universe of collaborations among advocacy organizations, among providers, among industry to be able to solve for some of these issues. And it really is multi-pronged. I get back to what I said earlier about financial assistance being a challenge for individuals, access. We also have to understand and be very mindful of health literacy and how we communicate for individuals to be able to understand what to us are very simple concepts, but to others can be frightening, not very understandable, and quite frankly, not necessarily providing information that's going to empower patients. So there's no one right answer here. What I'll say is this. I'm absolutely thrilled that we're finally coming to a place where we're looking at issues of disparities and equities and saying we're going to do something about it. But what I want to say is this. We can't just talk. We have to take action. We have to look at pilot projects that can be replicable in other parts of the country with other patient populations. And when coming back to what I said about a universe, this is going to take a lot of collaborations, both existing and new and novel collaborations. But I'm quite frankly very excited about that.
Thank you. Your passion and certainly excitement on this topic is palpable. Dr. Shah, what say you about this concept of how do we ensure health equity for all?
This is a really important topic. And one of the things that I've been very hopeful about is that, first of all, we're talking about it. And that's something that we hadn't done, I'd even say 5 to 10 years ago. So I think that just talking about it is good and making a conscious effort. So we can't just say, oh, we're going to enroll patients on clinical trials and make it easier. No, we actually have to recruit people on clinical trials from other underserved areas. And that doesn't just have to mean racial or socioeconomic, but actually, as you mentioned, zip codes. Which might be another way for us to see how we're not doing a good enough job. Some of the pharmaceutical companies have been doing this. They've really been putting an effort for people to have more representation from across the country of all the different areas in the country on clinical trials. And this is actually going to make us do better cancer research because we're going to understand the true impact of these therapies on all people, not just the people that can make it to a central medical center within a large city. So it has to be an active management status and an active management approach to clinical trials to really get a group of patients enrolled who truly reflect our country and not necessarily just reflect people that can make it to a central university.
No, that's really, really helpful context. Thank you so much, Dr. Shah. And Dr. Sharma, I have to ask you to weigh in on this topic because you actually first raised the issue of diversity, inclusion, and equity in your earlier comments. So, give us your perspective on, whether or not you think sufficient progress is being made on these fronts. And from your perspective, what else must we do?
So I have to echo the statements that we're lucky that we're able to have the conversations, but I have to say conversations are not enough. We have to do more. I'm really grateful for the fact that really a lot of people are having the conversations, and it's much easier to have the conversations now than it was in the past. But we have to move these conversations along into actual policy changes. So a few points I want to make. One is we need democratization of knowledge. Okay, knowledge cannot just exist within our ivory towers. We do great research at these academic institutions and within the pharma companies. They're wonderful places for science and research to get done. But then that knowledge has to be democratized. It has to be moved all over the country and the world for everybody to have access to that knowledge. And the access to that knowledge has to be exactly what we just heard, in a way that people can understand it. It cannot be in jargon. It has to be in a way that people understand the benefits and the risks associated with these different treatments, or how they were developed, or what the potential combinations may look like. So I think democratization is very important. And for that, we're going to have to rely on some of what we've seen during the pandemic, is the access to telemedicine and technologies that can get our data and our information in real time from the academic centers and the pharma companies to small community hospitals or small community clinics that are taking care of a majority of these patients who cannot afford to travel to the big academic centers for their care. So that's going to require, again, some thought about how do we do that? Is it okay to start sharing patient information across these different universities and academic structures where we all, tend to be in our own silos? How do we get rid of these silos? So that's one important thing. The other thing is access to real world data. As you heard, most of our clinical trials that are collecting data, we don't see that data for about 5 years later. I mean, so it's collecting data over a 5-year period, and then 5 years later, we get to say, okay, this is what happened. We need real world data. We need access to now having the ability to enroll the patients and have them report back on their iPhone or their Android device or whatever their smartphone is that they're using in their hand, because everybody seems to have a smartphone, or at least we can provide a smartphone to a lot of these people so that they can report back in on a daily basis, and we can gather more information that's meaningful for how these patients are really receiving their treatments, and then make decisions about what to move forward with. So those two things, I think we don't have enough policies about how to guide democratization of information. Because we tend to be very protective in our own little silos, and we don't have enough information about how to collect real world data from patients, because we're very careful, and we need to be careful about protecting the security of patients and not just using any old device to collect that information. But I still think technology has come a far way, and medicine has not done a good enough job. I should say medicine and science has not done a good enough job of partnering with the technology giants in the space to make these things feasible. And let's face it, there's enough ways that we can really make all of this knowledge accessible to underrepresented communities and do a better job. We've had that for a while. We just have not acted on it. And so I would like to see more action in those areas.
So, Dr. Sharma, can I follow up with your comment around the democratization of information and ensuring availability of information to patients? And this is a question from one of our participants, Candace. Candace asks, how much does health literacy actually play into health equity? So what's the relationship and how can we break down barriers there?
So I think health literacy is very important for making sure that we have equity. The other thing I want to point out is very important is that we have to have more physicians and scientists who look like the patients that they're trying to treat and take care of, right? I mean, that conversation we haven't had enough of as well. The trust in medicine and science has to be remaining between the patients and their physicians and the people talking about the clinical trials. And for a long time now, it's been very what should I say, not diverse at all. We have a community that we're trying to reach with a group of doctors and scientists who don't look anything like that community. And that distrust is what we need to fix. And that happens when you actually also allow for diversity, equity, inclusion within medicine and science to begin with, and then extend that out to the patients and the communities. So that's one piece that we need to fix, and that will help with the health literacy as well, because then we have the language, we understand culture, we understand issues that need to be addressed in a different way for the communities that we're trying to reach, because we have the people within medicine and science who've experienced that, who know about it, and who can guide us in how to have those conversations in a better way. So I think it's very important to think about those two things together.
Thank you for that context. So my phone is, I'm getting the questions from the panel fed through my phone, and my phone it keeps blowing up. So I just want to actually ask a really important question that came through from Janet. And I'd love for everyone on the panel to answer this question. Janet asks, first she says, this is an important panel, and she'd like to know, what are the panelists doing to shape the contextual and intervening conditions necessary for underrepresented scholars to thrive professionally? How can we be better able to contribute to and expand health equity related research and evidence to create a culture of health? Dr. Shah, can I start with you? And Janet, thank you for the question.
Yeah. As Dr. Sharma said, it's not enough to talk about things, you have to do things. And this has been a personal challenge for me to try to understand how I might contribute to improving, even with a little bit of time. You know, we're all strapped for time, but how do we incorporate this into our daily mission? I've been trying to work with more groups that actually work with this mission, whether it's within each pharmaceutical company or actually within some advocacy groups that are looking at this exact issue, trying to include underrepresented minorities, going to churches, going to webinars, well, now in the era of COVID, that reach these groups so that we can, again, have the conversation that makes it accessible to everyone, not just somebody who happens to read a scientific article. So I'm trying to participate more in that, but I really think I completely agree with Dr. Sharma. We've got to do this at the medical school level, at the college level. We have to make more of us look more like everybody else so that everybody who's going to any healthcare professional feels like they're going to someone who represents that person. So if there's any way that we can do a better job of getting more people, a diverse group of people going into medicine and science, I think that will really, really help us to address these inequity issues a lot better.
Thanks, Dr. Shah. I love that. More of us to look like more of our patients. I think you framed that quite beautifully. Trish, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, obviously, we're not a clinical or a scientific organization, but what I can say is that we have a long history of supporting a population that is underserved. Over 60% of the population that Cancer Care serves is non-white. Almost 20% of the population that we serve does not have access to the internet. So what is our job? Our job is to make sure that we continue to do what we do best in terms of providing education, psychosocial support, and many other services to individuals that need that in order to get through their cancer treatment. I will say for us, as I always look for the silver linings, COVID has forced us to look at new and innovative ways of reaching individuals. We've launched a very successful case management program. We've launched a podcast series. A new, innovative, one-of-its-kind program launched a week before COVID started ravaging New York City, our PAW program. We've helped 1,000 cancer patients maintain their pet by paying for veterinary care, boarding, pet food. 38% of those individuals said their pet was their only form of support. So what we can do is support individuals to make sure that they can maintain their life and obviously complete their cancer treatment.
Thank you so much for that. We do have, I think we have time maybe for one more question. I think this is an important one based on the discussion earlier around innovative endpoints. And this question comes from Carolyn. Carolyn would like to know to what extent are PROs, patient-reported outcomes, included in clinical trials, and can these serve as some of those innovative endpoints that you spoke of earlier? Dr. Shah.
Yeah, this is actually one of my research foci, and we are trying to do that as much as possible. I think this is one of the major outcomes that should be, like we always say, a primary endpoint, secondary endpoint. This is actually a primary endpoint, and I'm very happy that a lot of the immunotherapy protocols are actually including this as a very standard approach. And I'm happy that there are questionnaires to look at this. And I think the reason for that is one of the ways we're going to go towards that personalized cancer care. Because if you know that something works from a clinical perspective, sure, the CT scan is better, but how do people feel? And if you know that people feel better, you can better suit a certain therapy versus another if you know that the response is good and the quality of life is better. And by knowing this, I think we can actually get better health care to everybody, understanding how that people are not only going to feel as far as their disease goes, but as far as their entire person goes, treating the patient as not just a patient, but actually a person.
Thank you for that. I think we're actually coming up on time, and so I'd like to thank you all for joining us today and for sharing your rich insights. And I'd like to certainly provide the last few minutes to ask each of you, what closing words or final thoughts would you like to share with our audience today regarding the current state and the future state of cancer care? Trish, can I implore you to go first?
Absolutely, happy to. So I am a cancer survivor, or as what Robin Roberts from Good Morning America say, I'm a cancer thriver. And I am so excited about the research and so excited about the innovation at a time, incidentally, where industry has been recognized for bringing a life-changing and life-saving vaccine. It's a wonderful, wonderful time. And again, I'm so enthusiastic and so hopeful. One thing, though, that has not been talked about today that I think is a real challenge for advancements and access for patients is really what's happening in the insurance and benefit design industry and with PBMs. It's something that I am so passionate about because every day we see individuals who don't have access to this life-changing and life-saving therapies. And so it's something that I want us to be very mindful of because it is such a threat to access to innovation, which is what we all want. But I want to thank Bristol Myers Squibb and other industry collaborators for literally saving and changing lives.
Trish, thank you for that. Dr. Shah?
Yes, thank you for allowing me to participate. I used to think about cancer care as a linear format that you give treatment and people get better. But now one of the things that I'm most excited about and I'm thankful for as an oncologist is that it's become a matrix, that there are so many aspects of cancer care, not only treatment, but as we talked about, patient-reported outcomes, access, financial assistance, improving quality of life, and taking patients' opinions and incorporating patients in order to help us to bring cancer care to more people and a better quality thereof. So I think this collaboration between scientists and clinicians and industry is just going to get better as we understand that we're actually all connected, and it's possible for us to synergize and not just be linear, but rather multidimensional.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Sean. Dr. Sharma.
So I'm taking away from this that there's a lot of hope, because I really feel like we need to remember that where we were, I would say 10 years ago, if you think about the first immune checkpoint therapy that was approved in 2011, you think about it in the last 10 years, what we've done for patient care because of innovative science, because of immunotherapy now being a standard of care for cancer treatment. It's just changed the entire, forward-looking views for most cancer patients who used to think of cancer as a death sentence. And what I'd like to say is cancer is not a death sentence, because we do have treatments that can cure patients. And I'm very happy to use the word cure. Even in stage 4 metastatic disease, we've seen that patients now have 10 plus years of living, because they're surviving their cancer, when 10 years ago we did not see that. And so I want to say that the hope is there because we're doing better every day as a result of these new innovations in science, and that what we've done in the last 10 years is just the tip of the iceberg, that we have even more science that, the research is coming forward, better collaborations, and greater participations from our patients themselves who are coming to us and asking us about the science and wanting to participate in clinical trials. And I think we just are going to do a better job every day. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what the next set of treatments look like, so that we can have, that word cure used more and more, and maybe eventually even get rid of the word cancer.
Amen.
Well, I'm hopeful and thankful to each of you for what you're doing to make that a reality. Thank you so much for your participation today, and thank you for your continued commitment to fight cancer. And thank you to all of our panelists. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now for a discussion on eliminating prostate cancer, please welcome Vincent Ledone, Chief of Surgery at the Josie Robertson Surgery Center at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. Al Roker, weather and feature anchor at Today and co-host of the third hour of Today. And Jonathan Simons of the Prostate Cancer Foundation Board of Directors and Medical Director and Chief Science Officer of the Marcus Foundation. Here to lead the conversation is James Hamlin, a contributing writer for The Atlantic.
Hello, thank you so much for joining us for this panel on eliminating prostate cancer, which is a lofty goal, but we're going to try to see what we can accomplish given this esteemed panel we have. We're discussing prostate cancer, which is the most common cancer in men and the second leading cause of cancer death in men. Most of us know people who have dealt with this. Our lives have been affected by it. And it's a vexing problem. And we are joined today by Al Roker, who some of you may have followed, probably most of you have followed his story, which he's shared on the Today Show. And Al, thank you so much for joining us. And I wanted to throw to you first, just in case anyone hasn't followed your journey and your story. Is there a way to give a kind of an abridged version of how you learned your diagnosis and what that moment felt like?
Well, last year, I guess it was, sometime in the late summer, I'd gone in for a physical, and to make a long story short, my doctor wasn't pleased with my PSA numbers. He said, "Well, let's do an MRI, take a look." They didn't see anything. So let's do a biopsy. They were very aggressive about it, my urologist, and came back with that they had found some cancer in the left side of the prostate, and that it really bore more investigation, and so that led me to Dr. Ledone, and they did a little more research and a little more testing, and saw that there was an aggressive form of cancer. And so I decided, rather than after doing due diligence, let me just have surgery. And it was just about a year ago that I had the surgery. And, so far, so good. I've had, 2 blood tests. I'm due for another one next week. And, hopefully everything's clear. But I, kind of did it and don't regret the choices, and pretty pleased with the outcome.
Yeah, well, that's great. And I'm glad you're doing well. And from what I understand, in the moment after getting the diagnosis, you considered maybe not even sharing it with your wife, however briefly.
Well, not exactly. I mean, I knew I was going to have to. Here was the issue. Yeah. I wasn't expecting to hear that news. I didn't get there wasn't a kind of a heads up that, oh, by the way, it was a scheduled, let's go over the results of your biopsy. And so the doctor closed the door and he said, I always like to give this kind of news in person. And that was and earlier in the night before, my wife said, oh, do you want me to come with you? I said, no, it's a routine thing. It's no big deal. This was already on the books, no problem. So when he said that and then started in on what the diagnosis was, I was like, oh man, how am I gonna, let's see, is there any way I could do this without telling Deborah? Because she's going to be furious that she wasn't there for this. And of course, obviously, I had to tell her. And then she became my best advocate. Dr. Ladone can attest to her journalistic skills, went into overdrive when it was time to figure out what we were going to do. But no, I never really considered it. Maybe for a nanosecond. No, maybe I could, I've got to go in for, a hangnail. But we knew that was
Yeah, who knows, what to do with information like that when you receive it. But the reason I ask is because you have gone the opposite direction and really been very public with your story. And just before going to Dr. Ladone to hear, his perspective on it, I wanted to ask, what compelled you to be, it's one thing not to keep it, to share it with your wife, but you've shared it with the country very publicly. Why did you feel that was important?
Well, look, it's to, without sounding too lofty, but to those, much has been given, much is expected. And so it would be, I think, kind of not criminal, but certainly would be a wasted opportunity given the platform and the reach we have with people to not share this. It's nothing to be ashamed of. And so I just thought, let's try to get some good out of this, and especially given that for men of color, it's the outcome is much more impactful. We're affected by this, especially African American men are affected by this more than white guys. So I thought let's try to do something good or make the best of not a great situation. I won't even see a bad situation because look, it was treated, it was caught, it was treated. There are many people who have far worse cancers with, much less positive outcomes. So, why not, take advantage of that?
Yeah. Well, thank you for doing that. Dr. Ladone, could you walk us through, the surgical outcomes and how successful usually are they in addressing prostate cancer when someone comes to you in a similar, with a similar case?
Well, Al is a fairly typical prostate cancer patient. His cancer was picked up, as he mentioned, by the PSA test, the blood test that we use to help screen for prostate cancer. Prostate cancer isn't a symptom-driven diagnosis. Most men with prostate cancer don't have any symptoms whatsoever. 90% of men are completely symptom-free, and the only indication or first indication is an abnormal blood test or an abnormal digital rectal examination during a routine annual physical. And so this was the story for Al. As far as risk factors that he had, being male obviously is one. The typical age of, I don't want to give away Al's age, but the typical
I'm 67. It's okay.
I was going to say the average age of diagnosis is 66, so he fits the profile perfectly for that. So it's being male, it's getting older. Family history often plays a role for men. In Al's case, he doesn't have anyone in the immediate family with prostate cancer, but there are other cancers in the family. And we know that other cancers can be associated with prostate cancer, for example, in particular, breast cancer and ovarian cancer, because of the association with the BRCA gene, can be associated with prostate cancer as well. And then, as Al mentioned, African American for a race is an important contributor. And we don't really understand why that is, but we know that African American men are diagnosed about 1.5 times more often and have about 2 times the chances of dying from prostate cancer. And if we look worldwide, African American men have 40-fold the incidence of prostate cancer, for example, as compared with certain Asian countries, Asian men in their native countries. So there is quite a wide range, with unfortunately African Americans being at the top of that. Exactly why that is, we don't necessarily know all the reasons. Is it genetic? Is it dietary? We know that access to healthcare plays a role in all of that. But this is sort of the typical story for prostate cancer. And, I really respect Al for coming out and telling his story. Al is sort of the perfect spokesman for prostate cancer. Everybody likes Al, number one. And, he's done his homework about prostate cancer. So he and Deborah, certainly did due diligence when it came to sort of trying to understand the diagnosis and understand the options before proceeding with treatment. And for men with prostate cancer, there are a lot of options. So while Al chose to have surgery, there's many other options depending on the level of the cancer at the time it's diagnosed. But certainly for Al, the other options would have been to consider radiation therapy in its many forms. There's also something called focal therapy. And then there's surgery, which is ultimately what Al chose. Surgery, like many of the other forms of treatment, have come a long way over the last decade or more. We've improved by making it more sort of what I'd say user-friendly. It's less invasive. We use minimally invasive techniques such as the robot. Patients tend to stay only one night in the hospital nowadays, and their recovery back to work is much quicker. So there are a lot of factors that go into what treatment an individual chooses. And I think, as was mentioned, for many men, no treatment may be the right choice. Many men are diagnosed with a less aggressive form of prostate cancer that we think in most circumstances can be safely watched. Doesn't mean ignored, but watched.
Yeah.
And by the way, if I may also throw in there, the other reason that I found was very important to do that story was that it gave the opportunity to use the clip from Fletch, Moon River. Yeah, that's comedy gold. You can't ignore that. That's the one benefit for that. So.
Yeah, I don't think of this as a comedy-heavy story, but yeah, that's good.
But you find your moments.
You find ways to laugh. Yeah. So Dr. Ledone, what you're describing is, if caught early on, a generally treatable disease, and yet it remains the second leading cause of cancer death in men. So maybe Dr. Simons, could you elaborate on, what is the missing link there that is preventing us from catching more of this earlier on, or are we catching it and people don't have access to treatment?
Well, first of all, Al Roker is a hero for American cancer care and American cancer research. And it shouldn't be, like Vince said, it shouldn't be ignored that telling one story that could get thousands and thousands of men who would trust him but might not trust people wearing white coats to get checked. It's just a huge public health contribution. So the second thing is early detection still is the key. It caught early. The survival rate now in the United States for local and regional disease, is 99% at 10 years. So early detection in those men that are not engaged in the conversation starting at 40 years old, in thinking about prostate cancer in the same way women proactive about their health think about breast cancer is a key part of it. So part of it is more awareness and earlier detection. The second thing is we've made an enormous amount of progress. Here I've told you early detection is key, and earlier detection is the forefront of a lot of our research efforts. So you would visualize by 2030, no man should die of prostate cancer caught early. And so some of that is also very definitely access to care. Some of it has to do with genetics. We'll probably get into that in a minute. But there is a form of prostate cancer that can spread very early and can be aggressive. And at the same time, we've cut the death rate in the United States in the last 2 decades from early detection and better treatment by 52% using American Cancer. It's pretty amazing, right? That's it. Half of the number of men are dying now that were 20 years ago because of research and development and then activation of awareness like Al and others. We still have work to do to develop new kinds of medicines for those patients where the disease is spread, and that there's an enormous amount of optimism with the Human Genome Project and precision oncology. We can put prostate cancer as a cause of death into the history books by 2030 if we really focus now. If you think about how many cancers do you go to, you've got Atlantic readership, so some people are going to go to a cocktail party. How many cancers can you say where the death rate's been cut in half in their lifetime? It's a pretty amazing amount of progress, but we need to concentrate very heavily on, again, just like Al said, awareness in patients that when they turn 40 and following screening recommendations on the one hand, and then delivering precision care at basically every stage of treatment.
Yeah. And could you, Dr. Ladone, could you walk us through the PSA guidelines? Because I think there's still a lot of confusion. I mean, they've changed rather dramatically, the guidelines from the Preventive Services Task Force. People in 2012 got a message that, they don't, we were overusing the PSA test. You don't need it as much. And now it's gone back the other direction. Could you walk us through where we stand right now?
Yeah, so you're right. The guidelines for PSA testing have changed or perhaps evolved since PSA testing first came into being back in the sort of mid 80s. So there's been a lot of research around PSA testing, screening, and the public health consequences of that. And there's no question that in the past we overused PSA screening to some degree. The issue with PSA, it's not a perfect test. Not all men that have an abnormal PSA actually have prostate cancer. And some of the men that are picked up with prostate cancer by PSA testing have a cancer that doesn't need treatment, and in the past were overtreated. And so as a result of those things, the guidelines have varied over the years. And we've become more sophisticated, and we believe now in selective screening. So screening men early, screening men that are at risk even earlier. And then on the basis of what their initial screening results are, making recommendations for how often they should be screened going forward. Because it's not like every man in the United States needs to get a PSA every year. That's not the case. We kind of thought that maybe when we first started 30 years ago, but we've learned that that's not the best way to proceed. So the guidelines essentially say that men in their 40s should consider getting tested, especially if they have risk factors. And then on the basis of what their initial screen is, a determination can be made as to how often they should be screened going forward as they get older.
And how do you think about, I guess I could throw this to maybe back to Al, a message like that to the public can be difficult to send because you're saying this is a very important test. It can catch a cancer that you know might, and it might save your life, but also you might not need it just yet or very frequently. That sounds like it might be confusing to some people. How do you think about that?
I think, and I'm no doctor, obviously, but I think you need, especially in your early mid 40s, you get a baseline PSA reading, and then in working with your doctor, he'll determine, and the two of you will determine how often do you need to get tested. Maybe it's every other year. I don't know, depending on your initial numbers. I would think, but I do. Again, if I hadn't had those baseline numbers, it would have been hard, I think, for the diagnosis to figure out, okay, well, you were here a year ago, and now, and it was a little bit more than a year because of the pandemic. And I think that's one of these things that, look, if I had, there was a window where things had kind of lightened up a bit pandemic wise. So I said, oh, let me go get my physical. I'll do that. I get my, great. Let me go get my, and I did the physical. Now, if I had just waited and had not done the physical, I don't know what would have happened because we then locked down again. And it probably may have been another 6-7 months before I was able to get back into the doctor. So right. I think it was very important to get, if you haven't had one, you got to have one. Right. Otherwise, the doctor didn't have an idea, like measuring, okay, now you've got this number. Well, what was it a year or 2 years ago? I mean, that's just seems to be, relatively a common sense kind of approach to, kind of threading the needle.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess that kind of brings us back to, I wanted to come back to the disparities that were mentioned earlier as to what might drive people to not get that baseline test. What can be done more broadly across the system to help people just have a relationship with a doctor or feel, comfortable going in when they're not sick, which is not the way a lot of people relate to the healthcare system. You go in once you're bleeding or something is painful, and otherwise stay away. Well, and that's a general question to whoever might have a good answer.
Most men don't go to the doctor. We're nudged or nagged by our significant others to go to the doctor. I'm a little different just in that, because of my family's history, even though, the good news is, you don't like going to the doctor, but no matter how much you don't like going to the doctor, you hate the dentist more. So what the hell? Nobody likes their dentist. It's just, I don't even think dentist families like their dentists. But that's
my dad is a dentist.
Well, there you go. I'm sure you love your father, but your friends.
I love him as a person. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. However, that deep cleaning is really good when they get in there. Anyway, I digress. I think we just, in general, as men, don't go, are not as great an advocate for our own health, and we got to change that somehow.
That's the key. If you start to talk to people about checking a tire pressure, it's an easier conversation. But if you think about it, even checking the tire pressure once starts a conversation in your mind about whether or not you're going to need new tires or whether or not you're driving safely. And that's all about men's health, and we aren't very good at it yet. Or we would have significantly higher screening and detection. And the second thing we don't talk about is the PSA test is like a smoke detector. It's not a fire detector. It doesn't have to be perfect. Al's been amazing at communicating that it's being proactive about your health, right? But But so much of this, and the value even of this conversation in terms of reaching people, is to get men to get checked, to be proactive in their health, to be partners in their care. And that's an ongoing challenge in urology, but that's an ongoing challenge in oncology and healthcare.
Yeah.
Men need a check engine light.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's in your 40s. And if you have breast cancer, prostate cancer, colon cancer, right, or ovarian cancer in your family, your check engine light for your prostate should be at 40. That we know. And that includes talking to your doctor about A, getting a PSA, and B, being followed. And we haven't fully reached every man right now in the United States, let alone in the world, where that conversation needs to take place.
Well, I guess we only have a few minutes left. So I guess the final thing is, these problems of notions of masculinity and getting men to admit vulnerability and changing, social structures and medical disenfranchisement. These are huge social problems that I don't know where to begin. I mean, I know where to begin to address, but I don't have a meaningful solution. So maybe is there a better test? Is there something we could go knock on people's doors, or could there be an app, or is there anything on the forefront that would make the process even simpler? It's already simple. It's a straightforward test at least, but is there something people could do who don't have the sort of relationship with their doctor that Al has, or for whatever reason don't, believe they're invincible, but might do it if it were something that came in the mail?
Well, there's no magic thing out there right now. I don't think we should necessarily want to rely on technology to solve all our problems. Prevention is something that's available today for every one of us. Exercising regularly, eating healthy, trying to reduce stress. Those are things that have proven to impact one's chances of developing cancer or overcoming it to some degree, or living with it. So these are things we can do right now to prevent. I'm sure we're going to have better technologies, no question. It's out there, but that shouldn't be what the answer is.
I guess we have to wrap up. I have a lot more curiosity, and I know your story is a lot more complex than we were able to get into, but thank you so much for sharing it. Thank you for the work that all three of you are doing, and thank you for your time today.
You bet. Thank you, James.
Thank you.
And now for a session produced by AstraZeneca.
I think we are at an exciting moment in which we can merge science and technology with clinical care, and we can continue to advance the field at a speed that we had never seen before.
To be a visionary, you have to be disruptive almost by nature. That's part of what made people uncomfortable around Jose. Change is painful.
He was to oncology development what Jobs, Williams, Bezos have all been to the areas that they're in.
Quite honestly, in the lab, Jose worked harder than anybody. Beyond that, he had these intuitive abilities that we just didn't have.
When he got to Mass General, the place started to move and shake a little bit. They were starting to pull some things off in terms of the kinds of studies that they were doing, and it was a remarkable impact that he had, not just at the institutions that he was at, but also just the ripple effect of what's possible.
It's not an exaggeration to say that Jose literally put Spain on the map as an area for oncology research.
He was hiring new people, new oncologists, and new heads of the different departments. He was also trying to convince people to create a new biomolecular unit or genomics, or a new department of clinical trials. He was always trying to do new things and growing.
We are in an urgent need to make sure that all this knowledge continues to be developed and applied to patients.
He was tougher on himself than he was on the people around him, and that the goal was always very clear. The goal is making a difference for patients.
It's important for me that people remember him as someone who always prioritized his patients.
Next, for a conversation exploring why there's no cure for brain cancer yet, please welcome Courtney Barnett, survivor and patient advocate, an internist at Health Partners and author of Difficult Gifts, and Alex B. Porter, neurologist, Mayo Clinic Cancer Center, author of Navigating Life with a Brain Tumor. Atlantic Live contributor John Donovan is back to lead the conversation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, doctors, and thanks for joining us on this panel, which I think maybe we can sum up with the phrase, where's the hope? Because as was just pointed out in the introduction, brain cancer, among all of the cancers being discussed today, is not among those at the top of the list of cancers that are yielding to dramatic progress and breakthroughs in the last decade or so. It's still the case that 1 out of every 100 diagnoses of cancer per year is malignant is a brain cancer. At the same time, the rates of malignant diagnoses are declining, but the survival rates for those who are diagnosed, particularly with glioblastoma, remain challenging low. So we want to talk about why that is and where's the hope. And I want to start the conversation with you, Dr. Burnett. You have a really interesting story. Let's just put it that way, if interesting is the word that captures it. But tell us about your personal experience with the topic that is at hand here.
Absolutely. Thank you, John, for having me. So I do have an interesting experience with brain cancer and my diagnosis, which to give you the very brief story, I am a internal medicine physician in Minnesota. And when I was finishing up my medical training, I had about 6 months left until I finished my training, which takes years and years. And I was over in Thailand doing a global health elective. And while I was there, I was very ironically studying on the oncology service in a big hospital in Chiang Mai. And I started to have very strange neurologic symptoms, which ended up being focal seizures. And while I was in Thailand, I ended up diagnosing myself with a brain tumor. That was quite a story, which is why I ended up writing a book called Difficult Gifts about that journey. That brain tumor ended up being a malignant form of brain cancer, a grade 3 anaplastic astrocytoma, which is the sort of little sister of glioblastoma, one step below. And sort of since that time, that was back in February of 2020. Since then, I've had 2 brain surgeries. I've gone through chemotherapy, radiation therapy, and I'm lucky enough to still be here speaking with all of you today.
And how are you doing? How are you feeling?
Thanks for asking. I feel great. I feel very lucky to be here and to be feeling well. I'm still able to practice medicine. I'm still able to live a, normal, I don't know if this is the right word, but I'm still able to live a very fulfilling life. I've had stable scans now for the past year. And I think one of the big reasons why we're here today to talk about brain cancer is there's no cure. I will live my life with brain cancer as a chronic disease for however long I have. And so it's an interesting one to have. It took some adjusting, and I have a very new way of looking at life now.
But I assume that so often people are talking and using the term such and such diagnosis as a death sentence. It sounds to me like you reject that description of brain cancer. You said it's chronic, but you're rejecting the death sentence description. It sounds like you're really living and living and living.
Yes, I like that, but I would add, I think that being a human is a death sentence. Could I say? I mean, we're all going to die. I think that people forget that quite often. And one of the best lessons I've learned in my medical training was actually my lesson becoming a patient and realizing that immortality does not apply to me or to anyone I might work with. And so, yes, I think that there's a lot of hope for people with brain cancer. I think, can you still die from it? Of course. And do many people? Absolutely. And there's as far as cancers go, I think that it is quite understudied and underfunded, partly because often I think historically it was a death sentence, so to speak. And I think now there's a lot more hope, but there's still a long ways to go.
Dr. Porter, in your answer to my question, I would love you to take 30 seconds to tell us your story. In other words, where you are in your career and in research and why you were drawn to this field. But then the question I want you to dig in on is why is breast cancer so? I'm sorry. Why is brain cancer so difficult in this regard?
Yeah, thank you for that. And thank you, Dr. Barnett, for sharing your story so eloquently. I am officially mid-career, I guess. I've been a practicing neuro-oncologist for 14 years, and I have the privilege of practicing at Mayo Clinic, one of the leading institutions in the world. And so really what inspires me daily is working with folks like Dr. Barnett, who recognize that life is not promised to any of us. Yes, we're talking about a serious diagnosis, but what I find in every circumstance is that our patients are able to really put their priorities at the forefront, and I'm able to help walk alongside them from a period or a place of fear to really one of empowerment as they start to understand more about their health care, and the treatment options that are available. We really start to look at goals. For some people, it's the goal of getting to their child's wedding. For others, it's a graduation or taking a particular trip. And so the experience really does look better for everyone. We know that there's a heterogeneity that occurs within brain cancers. Not all tumors, though they may have the same name, behave in the exact same way. And that's really where the nuance has come in the last several years for us to understand some of those molecular differences between these various tumors that one day will lead us to a point of being able to really use personalized medicine, understanding where the genetic abnormalities lie and being able to target those abnormalities based on what each patient's genetic makeup looks like of their particular tumor. It's been such a challenge for us to make progress in this cancer because although this is what I do daily, it's rare. We're still talking about a rare cancer. It's much more likely to have the type of brain cancer that travels from elsewhere in the body. We call that brain metastases. That's a much more common circumstance than the tumor that Dr. Barnett is living with. And so it's hard for us to get the trials funded and done. It's hard for us to find drugs that penetrate what's called the blood-brain barrier. We need the blood-brain barrier because that's what helps protect us from having infections travel to our brain every time we have a sinus infection, for example. But the challenge there is that not all medications end up penetrating that blood-brain barrier. And so I'm often quite envious of my colleagues who practice in the breast cancer field or in even the lung cancer field who've had new medications that come up annually. We're still using some of the same tools in our toolkit that we have for the last several years. There are some nuances, certainly, but that's one of the reasons why this has been such a challenge to essentially cure.
Everybody who's watching, I want to remind you, we would love to have you be part of the conversation, and I really want to try to make room at the end for your questions. So use the Q&A tab to put in any questions to Drs. Porter and Burnett. So Dr. Porter, I hear you saying the heterogeneity of the presentations of cancer, the blood-brain barrier, that these are challenges. What about just the mere fact that surgical removal of a tumor in the brain is not like surgical removal of a tumor in the muscle? I mean, that's got to be an additional challenge.
Yeah, we don't have the luxury in the brain that other organs have where we can get margins, meaning you take out all of the tumor and a little extra tissue all around to ensure that there are no microscopic bits left behind. Within the brain, we're talking about serious real estate. And so we don't want to add any morbidity. We don't want to add any neurologic deficit with resective surgery. Nevertheless, we want to ensure that we're giving the patient the benefit of a maximal safe resection. As Dr. Barnett described, she's already had 2 surgeries. There are some patients, because their tumor is in such a serious location, that they're not even able to tolerate 1 surgery. And so that's really where we're challenged, and where I believe the hope comes from in our field as we start to think about advanced imaging techniques and the opportunity to be able to figure out what are some of the genetic abnormalities within the tumor just based on imaging appearance, and the opportunity for radiotracing tracers and all. And so the heterogeneity that I was referring to has to do with the tumor itself. We know that some regions of these cancers may act in one particular way. Others may have an appearance that allows them to have more of an invasive characteristic that we know can be even harder to cure than those that are more nodular. And so these aren't just the same type of tumor in every single human, and that's what makes it so challenging. Though there may be some common presenting symptoms, seizures, as Dr. Barnett mentioned in her experience, can be one. For others, there are progressive headaches. For some, it might be changes with language or weakness or numbness on one side. Nevertheless, the experience is different for each of us, and that also brings about some of the challenge, because there's truly no screening mechanism for these brain cancers.
Dr. Burnett, I have to imagine your moment of self-diagnosis, the process of your self-diagnosis. First of all, the first symptoms appeared when you're far away from home, and then the fact that you know enough to diagnose yourself also probably indicates that you knew enough to be scared as hell about what you were going to be facing. At the same time, as you went through the process of getting treatment, I imagine that you're knowing the system and you're understanding at least the framework of the medicine that you were going to be encountering put you in a different position from most people. And I'm wondering, what is your view of the challenges for most people when they're facing the issue of brain cancer? What are they up against, not knowing everything that you knew?
Absolutely. It's a great question, John. And I want to just do a quick update that my name was spelled wrong for a minute. I'm not Courtney Barnett, but Courtney Burnett, although I wish I were the singer Courtney Barnett. I'm mostly just found singing in the shower these days. But yeah, I think your question, John, is really an important one. And I do a lot of work now in brain cancer advocacy and raising awareness because I do have a unique perspective. And I think being a physician and being aware of exceptionally helpful, and in other ways was terrifying. It's a cancer of any kind is a terrifying diagnosis for anyone, but knowing, how to read the scary literature that's out there, knowing the worst case scenarios I've seen in patients who have gone through chemo and radiation and brain surgery was added another level of fear to me. But I think that in looking back on it, having insider, so to speak, information on what I was going through was incredibly helpful. And for many people, that's not the case for most people. And I think a big part of what I like to advocate for now is really knowing how, as a cancer thriver, patient, survivor, whatever you want to call it, you have to know how to advocate for yourself as a patient. And you have to know how to find the resources. I was fortunate to be in a large urban city where I could get great treatment and have access to a lot of resources that other people don't. But I think, knowing the resources that are out there is super important. And with brain cancer in particular, because it's not a well-known type of cancer, and as Dr. Porter so aptly pointed out, it's very diverse in how it presents and in the different types. There's not one sort of standard set of guidelines that a person diagnosed with brain cancer can follow and check off their list. So finding resources that are out there, finding a community who has been through various types of brain cancer is very important.
Dr. Porter, do we know anything about any epidemiological pattern to brain cancer? Is there any sort of environmental impact, geographical impact, demographic impact, anything like that in terms of the incidence of brain cancer?
Yeah, this cancer does not discriminate. We know that men are more commonly affected than women. It tends to be more common in the 5th and 6th and 7th decades than it is in our earlier years. But we know there's also a kind of a bimodal impact in that children are commonly impacted in terms of the relative frequency of cancer diagnoses. Brain cancers can be more common in children. And so when it comes to the adult population, there's been a lot of literature and a lot of studies that have looked into what are some of the risk factors. Are there associations with prior head trauma? Are there associations, I kind of make the joke, if you stood too long in front of the microwave watching the popcorn pop, or if you've used a Bluetooth device. And the truth is that this cancer does not discriminate. The only risk factors that we're well aware of are when patients have a family history of significant cancers or underlying genetic diagnoses, such as neurofibromatosis, for example, where brain tumors end up being much more common. Short of that, it's very difficult to be able to determine who may be at risk. And so that's one of the challenges that I was alluding to previously. We don't have a screening exam like a mammogram or a PSA for this sort of test. Certainly if brain cancers run in the family, then yes, it would be recommended that there's baseline screening imaging. Nevertheless, we know that now patients more than ever have access to CAT scans, MRIs, more so than previously. And people, if they've had a trip and fall, for example, or a car accident, they may incidentally end up having some sort of brain tumor identified that way. More often than not, though, we talk about some of those symptoms that can raise that red flag. But no, there's not any particular demographic that's at more risk than others. We know that about 1 in 10 patients with glioblastoma, that's the most aggressive, most deadly form of brain cancer, about 1 in 10 tend to be long-term survivors. And understanding what it is that's different about those patients that makes their tumors much more sensitive to the therapies that we're giving is really where the hope comes from in the field.
It sounded like that was the beginning of the answer to the "Where's the hope?" question. We have some questions coming in from people who are watching our conversation. Erin Johnson asks, you sort of touched on all of this a little bit, Dr. Porter. What about regular MRIs to screen for brain cancer? Would that help with early detection? I'd like to circle back to you, Dr. Porter, but just to take Dr. Burnett's take on that and then come back to you.
That's a hard one. I think, as many doctors in various specialties will tell you, that imaging is a blessing and a curse. I mean, when you take a picture of someone's brain or any part of someone's body, yes, you can pick up on scary things, but you can also pick up on a lot of things that might scare a person but are really not medically significant. And so, is it helpful to have all the information of every little blip that's wrong in your body? I would argue, for me personally, I don't want to know all that. But I think that's what can be difficult about deciding when to screen and who to screen. And in brain cancer in particular, I think, as Dr. Porter mentioned, and without screening, most of us are diagnosed very late in the disease, which is what makes this one so challenging, is that most people don't have major symptoms, or when they finally do, it's something large like a seizure.
And Dr. Porter, what's your take on that question? I think a lot of people would be asking that. Should I be getting screened now? Should I be getting screened regularly?
Yeah, I would say if you have a significant family history, like a first-degree relative, then for peace of mind, I do think that it can be worthwhile to have a baseline MRI. Otherwise, I worry that anytime a small, a headache, a missed word in a sentence could raise that alarm for any of us. And so understanding where we're starting, I think, in that regard can provide some reassurance for those people who have a significant family history. Outside of that, unless there's a neurologic reason to proceed with an MRI, then no, I don't think that just a random screening is necessary. But certainly the conversation starts with your primary care physician and making sure that you're taking good care of yourself by checking in regularly. And typically at the annual visits, there will be some components of a neurologic examination that the primary care physician will perform that then will let her know, yes, you need to go and have an MRI done or some other form of imaging if they feel it's necessary.
All right. So there's some advice, and we've gotten some sense of where the hope is. And I just want to say the previous panel, we saw Dr. Al Roker being very open about his challenge with his battle with prostate cancer. Dr. Burnett, you're similarly being out there in such a way that helps so many people think about, identify plan for, be aware of at the expense of your privacy and sharing a story. I just want to say thank you from the rest of us. And Dr. Porter, you talked about being there, walking along for the journey. We need more of you. So I want to thank both of you for taking part in this panel on brain cancer. Back to the program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
While we're on a break, we encourage you to network with other attendees and visit our expo booths. To participate, select the networking icon located on the left-hand side of the screen. Next, click Join, and you'll be randomly paired with another attendee for about 5 minutes. If you wish, you can exchange virtual information with each other and keep in contact via direct message within the platform. You can also click the Explore icon to visit our virtual expo booths. Here you can explore more resources from the Atlantic and our underwriters related to today's event. We'll see you shortly after the break.
And now for a session produced by our underwriter, GSK.
Hi, I'm Luke Timmerman, the founder and editor of Timmerman Report, a biotech industry newsletter. And it's really my pleasure to moderate this session on immuno-oncology. It really has been one of the positive stories in cancer development of the 20 years in which I've been privileged to cover developments in this field. Now, I think not that many people may realize it, but there has been a lot of steady overall incremental progress against cancer. Cancer death rates have come down by about 30% over the past 30 years. Now, cancer is still the #2 cause of death in the U.S., so there's a lot of work to do and a lot of unmet needs, but there are now 17 million cancer survivors in the U.S. alone. And a lot of that is because of early detection, precision diagnostics, more effective treatments, things that we're hearing about at this event today. But in terms of megatrends, it was about 10 years ago that scientists really got that first convincing evidence that you could unleash the immune system to fight cancer specifically. Now, this idea had been around for a long time and it had never really borne fruit. But as I say, about 10 years ago, people honed in on this idea that there are checkpoints that dampen the immune response to tumors, and that if you could release these so-called brakes a couple of different ways, then you could unleash the power of the immune system to seek out and destroy cancer cells like a foreign invader, like a virus. And so this has been a revolution in cancer R&D and care the last 10 years. The drugs that have come out against targets known as CTLA-4 and PD-1, PD-L1, which you'll hear about today, are now approved against multiple tumor types, more than a dozen, and we're seeing more of them coming along. So it's not confined to just one type of mutation for one specific type of cancer. Now, these treatments do not work for everybody. It is important to say that. But when they do work, we often see long-term durable remissions. And I think one of the best known examples of that, people may remember Jimmy Carter, about 6 years ago, I believe, was diagnosed with a very severe form of metastatic melanoma, and it had even spread to his brain. It was a very poor prognosis, especially for someone of his age. He was one of the early people to get one of the immune therapies that we're going to talk about, and it wiped out his tumors completely. And he is still here with us, age 97, cancer-free. So success stories like that are becoming more common, and I think we can expect more stories like that to come. Okay, so to get started, we've got this great panel today. I want to hear from their perspectives on where we're going. So it's Hesham Abdullah from GSK, Solange Peters, a researcher in Switzerland, and Andrea Ferris, patient advocate, president, CEO of Longevity Foundation. So I think just to start, it'd be good, Hesham, can we start with you? And can you kind of take us back to 10 years ago when that realization occurred that immunotherapy was looking like it was for real? And how did you look at that landscape and think, what are some ways that we as a company can continue to contribute in a big way to this new shift in cancer treatment?
Yeah, well, Luke, thank you very much. And it's certainly a pleasure to have the opportunity to be a part of this conversation, specifically just around the potential that immunotherapy could help offer, in cancer across different types of tumor types as well, too. Also a pleasure to be a part of this panel conversation with my esteemed colleagues, Andrea and Solange as well, too. It's interesting. I kind of reflect back to, what's happened over the past 10 years. I mean, no doubt, I think we've come a long way in this era of personalized medicine. We're making significant strides and progress. And to me, it all has to do with our evolving understanding of the science and the biology. And I think that really underpins everything that we do in terms of oncology research, but also development as well too. So as I reflect on where we've come from in terms of starting out first years ago with our at least initial approaches to prosecuting cytokines, or a class of immunotherapies initially for kidney cancer and melanoma, and some of the challenges that they offered in terms of not necessarily having the selectivity and specificity per se, and really having challenges with the toxicity burden that they have on patients as well too, necessitating administration in a hospital setting. And now where we've come to your point, we're looking at this class of checkpoints, specifically targeting certain types of immune cells called T cells. It's certainly a different way to think about how we can really harness the activity and specifically the persistence of the immune system. A lot of progress has been made, no doubt, and we've seen these drugs specifically targeting the PD-1 and PD-L1 axis improve survival across a number of different tumor types, and especially in those patients that have more advanced forms of cancer. But what I would say is there's still probably more opportunities for us to think about what's to come, and specifically around how we can better leverage and utilize these agents, especially in patients with earlier stages of disease. I think, to me, that's going to be the next opportunity to watch. It's going to be an area where we're already starting to see some progress in lung cancer, also in melanoma as well too. And I think they can certainly have the potential to change the therapeutic paradigm, especially as we start thinking about ways that we can better tackle earlier screening for cancer. We heard from some of the panelists from earlier conversations today talk a little bit about this, novel ways to make that screening process a bit more, I would say, rapid, accessible, and at the same point in time, starting to shift the conversation from having more advanced diagnoses to actually thinking about earlier diagnosis, earlier intervention, and then possibly introducing some of these agents into these earlier stages of disease and ultimately altering what long-term outcomes from patients may potentially be.
Great, Hesham, thanks. So Solange, what do you say to that? Do you, there's been a lot of progress with, as often happens with cancer, you start with the sickest patients getting their third or second round of treatment. Do you see opportunity in moving it into newly diagnosed and less aggressive malignancies? Or what about combinations as well? People have been talking about that for years. Where do you see the scientific opportunities?
Thanks a lot. So it's to complete the answer of Hesham. I think it's quite important to realize that, like everything we do in innovative strategies in cancer, we need to start first of all from the biology and from the discovery. Here we speak immunotherapy, so the discovery of what we call the immune checkpoints, so these breaks which make that cancer can survive despite a strong immunity from the patients against cancer cell. So from the biological discovery of these breaks, 2 Nobel Prizes, right, describing the CTLA-4 and the PD-1 as being this immune checkpoints. So starting from the biology to the difficult step, moving to the human, you moving to the demonstration that it works. So in oncology, we have to go through this strange path of first going to patients who are out of any treatment option to prove, first of all, that it is feasible. It's called a phase 1. And then to move, if some feasibility is demonstrated, some safety is demonstrated, to start to try to move, to show it is active. So, of course, we start from late line. I would even say situations where no treatment option is available, to consider suddenly larger, I would say more important step and larger populations of patients. So that's what we did with immunotherapy. We started from this phase 1 for safety, trying already finding and identifying some patients who had a surprisingly long benefit, right? To move to late lines of treatment. So once you have done the traditional 2 chemotherapy lines, to move to front lines, sometimes as monotherapy and sometimes in combination. So to answer your question now, immunotherapy has to be given frontline, as we say, as a mandatory parameter in some diseases. Thinking about lung cancer, thinking about renal cancer, thinking about melanoma, and very soon thinking about also some GI malignancies. So it's quite important to describe this path, which usually takes decades. It was quite fast for immunotherapy. It was rather 5 to 10 years, but very important. And like you said, once you have proven that the metastatic disease, so the disease which has spread over in the body of the patient, can be treated with immunotherapy, can even revert what we call a palliative setting, something which cannot be cured, into sometimes something which can be controlled for 5 or 10 years. Is it cured? I still don't know. But for 5 or 10 years, you can move to try to add it to the mainstay, I would say, the pillar of early disease, which is surgery or radiation if patients cannot undergo surgery. So now we are moving with immunotherapy in many diseases. It can be gastric, it can be esophageal, it can be lung cancer, it's of course melanoma. We're starting to give immunotherapy after or right before surgery in the context of a small disease. And surprisingly, we similarly show a wonderful benefit. I would even say a larger benefit. So immunotherapy is now positioned to cure. That's why it has to be tested further down in early disease, but in some diseases, it has to be given, even in a metastatic setting, to all patients. You shouldn't lose an opportunity of having long-term benefit. So a very fast, I would say, path for immunotherapy to get from advanced disease to early disease.
Now, hasn't that always been the expectation that immunotherapy was likely to be more effective in people with earlier stage disease or less metastatic disease? So essentially, we're moving in a direction where it's even more likely to succeed.
Yeah. Probably for two reasons. First of all, when you have a patient with an early disease, he's usually more fit. What I mean is the immune system is probably more, I would say, dynamic and solid in mounting a fast immune response as compared to someone who would have lost weight, who would have also be weakened by 1, 2, or 3 lines of chemo. So it's about the very strong and I would say solid immune system, which can be stimulated to the maximal extent, right? That's one thing. The other thing is something described by my colleague from UK called Charlie Swanton, a genetician, telling that the more diseases you have, the more cancer cells you have, the more different they might be. We call it clonal divergence. So if you start to sequence one or the other one, they become different over time. So the more cells you have, the less, I would say, twins they are, the less similar they are, meaning that it's a huge effort for your immune system to build a response to each of these different cells. So the homogeneity you can find in a small disease might be the best setting to develop a strong and maybe better, more comprehensive immune response against all cancer cells.
Very interesting. Now, Andrea, as a patient advocate, you're in touch with a lot of people with lung cancer. They've heard about these treatments. What are you hearing from people on the ground in terms of like, how is this, what's the side effect profile, the tolerability of these treatments, and how are they able to, go about living their lives?
Yeah, thank you for having me, and thanks for the question. I think immunotherapy in the lung cancer space certainly has been transformational. I think we do need to be somewhat careful, though, and it was brought up by the first speaker, Hisham, where they don't work for everybody, and they're not always appropriate for everybody either. So I think that it's hugely important for people to have a conversation with their doctor about what is right for them. For example, in the lung cancer space, if you have a driver mutation, a targeted therapy might be more appropriate first than the immunotherapy. That said, for the people for whom immunotherapy works, it generally has worked very well, at least for periods of time. And some people haven't even reached that endpoint yet of where they stop working. And the side effects are better, but it is also really important, I think, for us to educate people about what that side effect profile looks like. Oftentimes, particularly if it is working for a person, they might not see their oncologist on a regular basis, and their general practitioner might not be familiar with some of the side effects and attribute it to something else. So I think that education about the side effects is hugely important. And I think that for some diseases where it is a newer modality, well, there's also an unknown in terms of what some of those late onset side effects may be. as well as what to look out for, or the longer duration ones. That said, I think the thing that's really exciting in the patient communities, for the most part, the side effects are treatable if somebody knows what to look for and how to manage it so that you can stay on therapy longer. So I do think that immunotherapy has completely transformed certain diseases, especially lung cancer, and it is an amazing treatment. There's still a lot more to be done in terms of finding out how to make people who don't respond responders to it. How do we combine it with other therapies for longer term benefit? But I do think that it's very tolerable and very effective, which is very exciting for the patient populations, in general.
That is good news. Hisham, I want to come back to this point about drugs not working for all patients. I know there's been a lot of effort in trying to get the right drug to the right patient to predict which patients are likely to respond to these immunotherapies. What kinds of things do you see happening in the industry now, and are you optimistic that we're going to be able to direct people to the most likely treatment that's going to succeed for them?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good point, Luke. I would first just start off by saying, you're absolutely right. I mean, these drugs don't necessarily work for everyone. If I had to say, 20 to 30% of patients, derive benefit from single agent use, for example, of PD-1, PD-L1 targeting agents as well too. However, if you look at, like, for example, over the past several years, they've no doubt started at least being used investigationally in many and numerous trials, as part of either single agent exploration or more commonly combinations or combinatorial approaches. There's an article that I was reading more recently. As of late last year, there's more than 3,500 clinical trials ongoing with this class of agents, PD-1, PD-L1 targeting agents, and over 100 in development as well too. Now, like I said, the majority of these trials are now starting to look at combinatorial approaches. These combinatorial approaches could look at exploring combining these agents with current or existing standard of care, including chemotherapy, including radiation therapy, and to Solange's point, certainly as part of additional, standard of care treatments, including, of course, surgery in earlier stages of disease as well too. To me, if I had to kind of think about some of the key, I'm going to call them opportunities moving forward, I think better understanding what's happening within the tumors and what we refer to as being the tumor microenvironment is really important in terms of getting us a better sense of who will or possibly will not respond to immunotherapy. Oftentimes, looking at the tumor and what's happening within the tumor specifically is no doubt quite complex, but gives us a sense of whether or not there are currently immune cells infiltrating the tumor itself. Are there additional variables that maybe the tumor is using to help, evade or escape from, possibly the immune cells that exist? Or are there no immune cells present even within the tumor microenvironment? And then in turn, we have to think about alternative approaches that could help at least create that more immune, I'm going to call it inflamed, at least environment within the tumor itself as well too. And that in turn helps, dictate possibly for us investigationally the different types of hypotheses that we may want to explore, depending on what the tumor's, characteristics, look like, and then at the same point in time, also what the patient's own individual immune status is as well too. And I would just like to highlight, to me, I think that at least the two key areas that we have to focus on are really better immune profiling of patients to better understand, what the status of their existing immune system is and potential for immune responses. And then the second really is figuring out what's happening within the tumor microenvironment as well too. In addition, there are other host, clinical characteristics that might contribute to whether or not a patient responds or not. But at the end of the day, that will dictate how we think about different combinatorial approaches, as I alluded to, whether it be with existing standard of care agents, targeted agents, or novel next generation, checkpoints as well too. So we're now starting to see a few of these next generation agents emerging. For example, there is this axis of checkpoints called the CD226 axis. Along this axis, there is a number of different targets. They include TIGIT, PVRIG, and CD96. These targets all, once again, have an inhibitory role that they play on the immune cells, including T cells, including natural killer cells as well too. And we're starting to see this class potentially, at least investigationally, emerge. In the case of TIGIT, possibly start demonstrating some preliminary clinical activity of interest that could help us then think about how we can build on the existing backbone with PD-1, PD-L1 targeting agents, and then looking at the expression profiles of these different types of targets, within the immune cells and the tumor, to better figure out how to best combine them with additional, checkpoint inhibitors like PD-1 or PD-L1 inhibitors as well too.
It's great, Hesham. I mean, when you get into the cancer biology, it's so fascinating. You see how there might be one checkpoint that dampens the immune system, and you can release that brake, but then the tumor has a way of throwing up another brake, some of those targets that you mentioned. So people in the pharmaceutical industry are looking at ways to, hit more than one of these checkpoints to kind of lower more of those defenses. But then there's also this other stuff going on in the tumor microenvironment. It's like hypoxic, low oxygen, so it's hard for T cells to infiltrate, and it's high pressure, and there's all this stroma. It's kind of like cartilage, like barricades. So like, are there other drugs that you can give in combination that, knock down one or two of those other obstacles to make it a little easier for the the immune cell to get in there and do its job, making the tumor from a cold situation, as it's said, into a hot tumor that you can inflame, as you say. But most people would agree at this point that the PD-1, PD-L1s are backbone therapy for a whole lot of different malignancies. That is, they're just in the standard of care, in the recommendations, not all the way across the board like chemotherapy is for so many cancers. But I wonder, Solange, do you see a future when we can get rid of chemotherapy, when we'll use backbone therapies like PD-1, PD-L1s in combination with some of these other things?
Well, do I see a future without chemo? Well, it would be probably once we will have understood the full biology of the immune system and the cancers, the interaction. What I mean is, yes, I see a future for some patients not needing chemo to treat the cancer and maybe benefiting only from IO. But like I would say very nicely, Andrea has stressed, and maybe it's something I should have added in the beginning, is at the time being, we are far from being able to say that immunotherapy works for all patients. Of course, I don't know if you can make the comparison, but we have been defining, notably in lung cancer, but also in melanoma, in the recent years, two different new strategies. One is immunotherapy. The other one is what we call targeted therapy, which are oral drugs correcting mutations. When you use these oral drugs, you have a mutation, yes or no. So the treatment is to be delivered efficacious or not. It's black and white. Immunotherapy is not black and white. It's a continuum. In some patients, it works a little bit, stabilizing the disease. And in some patients, it works very well, allowing for a 5-year survival despite and against all expectations. But we still don't know who are these patients who are there at 5 years telling you that it was unexpected, but they are still alive without disease. And it's a small proportion, right? It's 15 to 20%. But that's maybe the point where the pharma industry doesn't like me so much. But the problem is that it's also a market, immunotherapy. What I say by that is, of course, the trials were developed in all comers, in all patients. The benefit was seen in all this population, but of course was driven by really this patient who benefits the most. So the magnitude of benefit is really driven by the selection of the right patients. So will we be able to get rid of chemo? Yes, but only in these ones, which who benefit a lot and can really have 5 years, I would say, cure or even control of the disease, which again is a minority. So it's a market, meaning that these trials who were performed in all comers have applied and creating new standard of care in all comers. So you need to communicate that to patients, that immunotherapy is a continuum in terms of efficacy. Some patients will have an amazing benefit and some will not. Of course, as monotherapy, the probability is lower than when you use combination. When you use combination of chemo and IO, you can benefit from one, from the other one, or from both, but you increase your probability, right? But what I mean is that maybe to tell the patient that we still struggle to identify these patients who will have the most important benefits, the long-term benefits of these strategies. So a word of, I would say, modesty that we must have in front of this huge market, which will prescribe IO to all comers, right? We still don't know many things, right? How long, how much, how frequent, and whom should immunotherapy be delivered to? And this will be, I would say, probably channeled in the future. And when we will have channeled that, it's going to be the time where we can really challenge the old days chemo and all the other old day strategies. Who knows, maybe one day radiation and so on. But we first need to identify who are these patients who really extract at the time being the best benefit.
It's a great point, and Andrea brought this up as well earlier about starting with the information, right? So if you find out, for instance, if you have lung cancer and that you have a driver mutation, a couple of the best known ones are EGFR and ALK or ALK. And there are good drugs that specifically target those driver mutations. So in that case, you wouldn't naturally jump to the conclusion that, you know, immunotherapy is right for this person, at least at first. You'd probably want to try something else first. Is that what you're seeing, Andrea? Like, are people kind of following the science, or, you know, do people maybe, you know, they see commercials on TV and they get a little carried away with this immunotherapy thing, asking their doctor for it?
I think it's a little both. I think when the immunotherapy first was, approved and out on the market, there absolutely was a lot of excitement. There was a lot of noise around it, and people were going to their doctors saying, "Hey, is this right for me?" But I think what we've heard throughout today as well is that there is no one-size-fits-all approach to treating people now. We very much have to take a personalized medicine approach to individuals and to their cancers. In lung cancer, you mentioned EGFR and ALK. There are probably 8 others, KRAS being the biggest one that's now druggable. That wasn't before. But the science is evolving so fast in so many of these diseases that it's really hard to keep up. And it's hard for a lot of the community or general oncologists to keep up with all of the advancements. So is it something that patients want and ask about? Yes. Is it something that they also need to be educated about and careful to understand that there is no one size fits all? And I think going forward, it's probably going to become even more fractured and fragmented when we are able to discern who will benefit exactly from what treatment or what combinations of treatments going forward.
Yeah, I would just add and just build on what Solange and Andrea just mentioned as well too, Luke, and say, I think part of the challenge is, of course, and it's an obvious one, part of the challenge with immunotherapy is, you're targeting the immune system. And to Solange's point, you're also having to, also think about what's happening within the tumor. And there's there's a number of different variables that could affect, the likelihood of a patient responding or not, including predictive biomarkers, like tumor mutational burden, like MSI high, like PD-L1 expression. We talk about, how do we get a better sense of, characterizing, resistance mechanisms, right? Because some patients might have some of these primary resistance mechanisms and might not necessarily upfront respond or derive benefit from immunotherapy. There's, certain patient, genomic epigenomic characteristics that might be at play. There is an element around, microbial factors, right? And, and possibly whether or not, they could have, certain, a certain role in really helping define, how a patient's immune system, responds, to immunotherapy. And then there's, of course, also a set of clinical characteristics, including possibly, things like tumor burden that could impact, either whether we think about treating a patient with, immunotherapy alone, or possibly as part of a combination regimen. Solange mentioned chemotherapy plus immunotherapy as well too. So there's a host of different variables. I mean, ideally, the world that we'd like to get to is, to help, both physicians and patients, of course, be properly informed about, how best to personalize, the treatment decision and maybe provide even what is kind of a panel of different outcomes, that include, like I said, clinical, translational correlates, and also, possibly, additional, genomic elements that could then inform the best treatment decision, and certainly tailor, the type of treatment that each patient gets, in terms of combinations as well too, or not. For that matter, depending on our own understanding of, like I said, the biology and the science, and each patient's characteristics as well too.
Just hearing you say that, it reminds me how many variables there are at work and just how hard it is to tease everything apart. Everybody would like it to be just, it could point me to that one mutated gene and then knock that down. And if only it were that simple. It so rarely is. Well, hey, we've got some...
We need to keep in mind that even for the mutations, which look simple, right? It's black or white. If you look at the Europe landscape, in potentially only half of the patients who might need for some mutation testing like lung cancer or melanoma, only half of them have access to that today. So imagine, and I fully agree with Hisham, there are plenty of biomarkers which we need to study because they will define immunotherapy, but they are complex and expensive. So we also have to make a huge effort that patients and their tumor are tested for all of these biomarkers because they need to be able to make this journey following the right route, right, the right road of treatment. And that's really challenging. Biomarker testing is still one of the main bottlenecks. Huh?
That's a great point. These are expensive medicines. Andrea, I want to throw this to you because there have been questions in previous sessions today about health equity. How are we doing with inequities in terms of access to the immunotherapies in your world? I mean, who's getting it and who's not?
How much time do you have? I think, look, inequities are across the board, from access to the appropriate treatments. But to Solange's point, really it all starts with access to the comprehensive biomarker testing up front to ensure that you know what treatment you should be getting. So I think that there are huge inequities there. Thankfully, there are now a lot of organizations and companies and people and governments looking at how to resolve that, but absolutely still remains an issue. And I think it's beyond the immunotherapies. I think it's to guideline adherent care, to best care for people. It's even more basic than just accessing the immunotherapies.
Yeah, it starts with that information, which not everybody is getting, their tumor profile. So it has to start there. And then not as many people are even aware of what might be available in clinical trials. That's another
clinical
issue.
Trials is a whole other thing. So in the lung, Solange kind of walked through the process, but in the lung space, many of the clinical trials are actually first line. So, oftentimes you get your best care through a clinical trial as your first treatment. But if you're not made aware of the clinical trials, or they're not near you, you can't get to them, or your clinician can't get you to them. That also is a huge barrier and is causing a lot of disparity issues also.
During this pandemic, Andrea, we've heard about a lot of clinical trials going on hold, or a lot of just routine cancer screening and care being delayed. What are you seeing?
So I think absolutely the screenings have been delayed because oftentimes, the hospitals were overwhelmed and sometimes the screenings were considered optional. So they were delayed both by the hospital systems, but also then by the person who was to be screened because they didn't want to go in or they were afraid to go outside. So absolutely with respect to that. I think with respect to the clinical trials, kudos to the regulatory agencies and all of the trial sponsors who really pivoted and tried and figured out how to keep them going and how to decentralize them in a way that we were able to deliver and not stop these vital treatments for people for whom they were working, but also to not stop the progress that was being made. So I think there was a blip from what we've seen in the clinical trials, but it was really more as people were just trying to figure out how to do it, how to do assessments via telehealth, or how to get the therapies to people when they needed them, how they needed them.
Yeah, it's interesting, Andrew, that you highlight that. I mean, to me, one of the biggest learnings that we had, going through this was really this, bringing to life what is the concept of decentralized clinical trials, and I do think that the COVID pandemic has kind of given us a lot of great experiences in that respect, whether it be with telemedicine, at least services that we can provide to patients, home nursing, shipment of certain drugs, orally administered drugs to patients. Directly as well too, the opportunity to think about ways that we can allow, and permit, and certainly this is all in collaboration, of course, with the health authorities, but allow patients to be able to access local labs for testing, local imaging centers for testing, for evaluation and assessment, has, in some ways, allowed us to continue to, at least this seamless conduct execution of clinical trials, and ensure that, that they're still available to patients, who are, considering them as well too. And I think this is something moving forward. Yeah.
Can you give me an example of how that might affect an individual patient in a clinical trial? So, in other words, you want to enroll in a trial, and you got to go to Boston. You get on a plane, you stay in a hotel, you get infused once every 3 weeks or something. It's a pretty big deal. And now, when you talk about decentralized clinical trials, how does that lighten the burden?
It does very much so, and to your point, look, a lot of times patients are trying to access sites where these clinical trials are being conducted. Some of these sites are at big academic institutes, centers. Others certainly are at sites that might be more within the community, but they're not always within a reasonable distance, right? And so patients have, are certainly having to labor, travel, and at times, of course, spend considerable time, receiving their treatments, away from home. And with the concept of decentralized clinical trials, what we're trying to do is really figure out ways that we can create a network, a local network, for patients that are within, what is a reasonable vicinity for them to be able to conduct, some of the routine testing, assessments that would take place typically at these clinical research sites, in order to decrease the burden of travel. And certainly, during, what were the COVID, lockdowns, shutdowns, if you want to call them that, it helps at least, decrease their exposure, as well too, from the travel, of course, itself. And in addition, of course, providing these at-home health services, more digitization, for example, e-consent forms, e-patient reported outcome devices as well too, to help collect that type of data instead of having to certainly collect it on paper, and other means, of digital, communication have certainly been, helpful in being able to at least decrease the patient burden and the travel, especially during the pandemic, of course.
Okay, so there's a role for technology here to bring some efficiencies. But go ahead, Solange.
Yeah, I must say the pharma industry made a lot of efforts to continue the portfolio, to pursue with the portfolio of clinical trials. And I must say the chance we have in Europe is we are somehow decentralized because we are small countries where people can travel more easily, right? But you have been supporting us a lot, the pharma industry, to try to be able to continue. But I just would like to, because we are here in a dialogue with them, to really phrase out a word of concern, because as you know, traveling for a clinical trial is per se kind of worrisome, wherever you are and whichever duration you have to travel to go to your center. First of all, because of the concern of COVID, but second, because it imposes some, I would say, personal, financial commitment right into that. And of course, we also have to face in every center a surge today of advanced disease because these patients were reluctant to come to the hospital, and now we see this kind of overwhelming situation in terms of new cancer cases with advanced disease to be diagnosed. So the facilities are full of patients trying that we try to take in charge and enroll in clinical trials, but there's really a challenge in the workforce, the patient load, and the patient's preoccupations for themselves. And the three together make the whole thing very, very difficult. And again, more than anything, any crisis is prone to trigger I would say stress or worsen any kind of inequalities. So in everything we do, we have to pay a lot of attention that we can continue with clinical trials, and then we can offer as much as before this opportunity. And all the elements I have given just question that. So the efforts were huge to continue. Now we have to potentially put even some more, I would say, commitment in making sure that equal access and sufficient access is given to clinical trials. And I'm really worried about it. I don't know about you, Hisham, but I'm worried. The structures are suffering. It's difficult to continue, right?
Now, Solange, just real quick, for you personally, does it work okay for you to like see the patient maybe that first time, that first visit, and then is it easier to do the follow-ups over, decentralized, these kind of virtual platforms?
Yeah, it helps, but we can never remove from clinical trials some physical visits, right? So we shouldn't promise differently. Being in a clinical trials mean more travels to the hospital, more hospital constraints, and in the time of fourth, fifth wave, more worries for the patients, right? So whatever we do, there is this additional burden of things that we need to promote, probably communicate more about how much it is important to be in these trials to get access to innovation. But maybe one thing we were not excellent in, at least in our academic centers, was communication with patients, right? We were not present enough to encourage them, to comfort them into the care we have to give to them, right?
Yeah. Well, I think we've seen that in many ways. But go ahead, Hisham. But
I'm sorry. No, I was just gonna add and say, Solange, you're absolutely right. Continuing to have the right infrastructure and communication around these clinical trials is so important. I can tell you, at least from our experience, during the pandemic, and especially during the early stages of it as well, too, Luke, I would say there were certain institutes that said, look, we're in a challenging situation now. It's difficult for us to, possibly enroll new patients. But what we can do is continue taking care of our existing patients as well, too, acknowledging some of the limitations and challenges. As we've seen, of course, vaccines and therapeutics start to roll out for the, for COVID-19, things have started normalizing once again. But I certainly agree and align with Solange. The need to have the right dedicated support, especially at a clinical trial site level around, certainly resources, infrastructure, communication with patients is no doubt important. And this right balance between, of course, and Solange, please feel free to chime in, between, day-to-day patient care, but also clinical research and clinical trials that are ongoing is quite important.
Okay, well, we could go on about the challenges with access and communication with patients. We know that is a real issue. We've only got a couple of minutes left. I'd like to hear from each of you just briefly. If you could pick, coming back to the beginning of this, we are in the middle of this quite exciting time, full of possibility with immunotherapy. A lot is going to happen here in the next 5 to 10 years. What do you think excites you most about what cancer care is going to look like in 5 or 10 years?
How do you want to
start?
About
1 minute each.
Well, I'll go ahead, sorry. So I think for me, what's most exciting and for patients in general is really a few things. One is learning how to make people who are not responding to immunotherapy respond to immunotherapy. How do we combine immunotherapies to be more effective and to last longer? And really, how do we move it into an earlier disease setting such that if you find cancer early, lung cancer or any others, and then you can treat it proactively with an immunotherapy such that it doesn't come back, then we can really talk cure. I think all of those are doable, and I think that they're very exciting to the patient communities.
Great. Solange?
Well, the most exciting point for me, I'm heading here the medical oncology and I'm a lung cancer physician, is it has changed our job, right? Immunotherapy has changed the way we can speak to patients because unexpectedly, some of them will not have the same fate as described in the past by dismal prognosis and so on. So we have changed the way we speak to patients. We have to debate with them what to do, what not to do, what we know, what we don't know. But I'm convinced that we have to make a lot of research and politics. It's about sustainability. sustainability. Sustainability is defining biomarkers, which means that we can choose and pick the right patient for the right treatment. And politics is about making sure that this will permit and allow accessibility to innovation to all the patients who need it, being new drugs, new compounds, an open market, and a better definition of patient selection. So I think it's time for research politics, but obviously a new job for us.
That's going to take a hearty debate over a period of time. Hisham, I'll let you close. What excites you about the next 5 to 10 years of immunotherapy?
Wow, Luke, for me, I've been doing drug development in oncology for the past 17, 18 years. And to me, the past 10 years in some ways have felt like a renaissance, specifically just in terms of seeing what the potential of, the continued potential of targeted therapies, but also now immunotherapies can bring to patients. And I would say, we've made a lot of great progress with the first generation of checkpoints in immuno-oncology, but there's a number of different opportunities that probably continue to exist, and specifically thinking about, how do we better characterize this, complex dynamic interplay between what's happening in the tumor, the immune system, and I would say, figuring out how to better personalize immunotherapy moving forward, and what the next, at least wave of innovation through combinations will bring. I alluded to earlier that I think, certainly there's this next generation of checkpoints that's emerging along the CD226 axis. I do think that, finding better ways for us to not only think about the utility of T cells, but also natural killer cells moving forward, and different types of immune cells will be really important. I think we focused on T cells because T cells are, certainly the, if I may call them the big brother, big sister. But we have to start thinking about everything else, that the immune system can offer. And I think there are a number of different approaches now that we're thinking about, at least to help us, better maximize and leverage at least the activity and persistence of our own human body and through the immune system as well, too.
Great. Thank you all for your time today. It is a very exciting time seeing what is possible now with coaxing our immune system to fight cancer. What great discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Next up, a conversation focused on the youngest patients. Please welcome Amanda Ferraro, survivor and patient advocate, and Elizabeth Fox, Senior Vice President of Clinical Trials Research at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Atlantic staff writer Amanda Mull is here to lead the conversation.
Good afternoon. Today we're going to be speaking with Dr. Elizabeth Fox and Amanda Ferraro, and we're going to take some time now to try and cover a tough topic, which is how cancer can impact children and young people, and what progress the scientific community is making towards protecting them. Hi, Dr. Elizabeth Fox and Amanda Ferraro. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon.
Awesome. Amanda, let's start with your story. You're a two-time acute myeloid leukemia survivor and are now cancer-free. You're also an advocate for other young people experiencing cancer. Can you tell me a little bit about what went through your mind when you first learned that you had cancer?
Well, it was quite unexpected and it was scary. I went from being a full-time stay-at-home mom to needing full-time care. So for me, my life completely did a 180. It completely switched. And it's scary, not just for, young cancer patients and old cancer patients, for everyone. That cancer diagnosis, that's a scary word. And it's very traumatizing to be diagnosed with cancer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What did you think first in that moment when you found out?
My first thought was, who's going to take care of my son? I was scared. Mm-hmm. I was very scared. My son was 3, so I was a mom to a young little boy when I was first diagnosed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And from that moment forward, what was your journey like in getting treatment and progressing to now, which is cancer free?
So I was diagnosed May of 2017. I had induction chemo about 2 days after my diagnosis. That was a 33-day hospital stay. I went home, and then I was back every other day to the hospital to have blood work done, testing, making sure, everything was going back up. And then I had 4 consolidation therapies, and each consolidation therapy was a week in the hospital. February of 2018, I was told I was cancer-free, which was amazing. I went on with my life. I was home with my son. Doctor appointments were, few and far between. And then September 11th of 2018, I relapsed. I went in for a toothache, had blood tests done, and they told me there was a blast cell. I had a bone marrow biopsy, and then I went into full relapse. I had another induction chemotherapy, which was another 34 days. And then my doctors told me I needed a stem cell transplant in order to save my life. So through Be the Match, went in, my doctors found a donor, and I will be 3 years cancer-free November 28th of this year.
Amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And how did that journey compare to the prognosis that you received at the beginning?
In the beginning, I kind of felt like, okay, I have cancer. I, was trying to have the mindset of I can do this. My sister had brain cancer when she was 6 years old. My grandfather had lung cancer. My aunt had Ewing sarcoma. So unfortunately, I've been around people who have had cancer. So I kind of understood what I needed to do, or like what this would be like. But I didn't expect to relapse, and it was a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. Just being sick and the pain and the mental, physical, and emotional anguish that you feel being diagnosed with cancer. I wasn't ready for all of that, but I'm so lucky to have many friends and family members, by my side. And that's why I'm a patient advocate today, because I've been through it, and I know, that there are some places that lag help and support for cancer patients.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And how old were you when you were diagnosed?
I was 28 years old when I was diagnosed with cancer.
Okay. Dr. Fox, now some questions for you. Let's talk about some critical research happening today to help young people like Amanda. A few years ago, you were named head of clinical trials research at St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. How does St. Jude's work with patients like Amanda?
So first and foremost, thank you so much, Amanda, for sharing your story with us, and congratulations on being in remission. I think one of the most important things to remember about cancer in children and young adults is that it is a rare event. And that actually colors how we see cancer and how the world sees cancer in children. So we know that, of 1.8 million adults with cancer in the United States, there are only about 16,000 children diagnosed with cancer each year in the United States. So when we think about the research, we think about it in 2 ways. One is what's happening in the adult world with adult-style cancers, which can be very different than pediatric cancers, and what is unique to the cancers that happen in young people. And so exciting things that are happening in the research world are things that we've heard about during the day. The genetics and genomics of the cancer itself and the therapies, particularly targeted therapies for those types of changes in the cancer. And interesting and important, especially important for young people in the space of genetics, is the predisposition to cancer that can be detected by testing patients with cancer. And at this point, we know that about 7 to 10% of people who are diagnosed with cancer as young adults or children actually have a predisposition. So looking not only at the ways to treat cancer, but about the ways that we can understand what could happen to a patient and screen them as they move forward with their lives is an important part of the research that's happening in childhood cancer.
Right, right. What are the most common types of cancers affecting young people?
So the most common type of cancer in young people, and this is leukemia, acute lymphoblastic leukemia, followed then by cancers that occur in the central nervous system or brain tumors. The other types of cancer are much less common, with occurring about 5% of children with cancer, and include cancers that are very specific to children, like neuroblastoma and retinoblastoma. And kidney cancer in children is called Wilms tumor, and it's very different than kidney cancer in adults.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Can you tell me a little bit about St. Jude's primary areas of research and what you believe holds the greatest promise in chance of progress?
So St. Jude's areas of research are for children with cancer primarily, but also children with other catastrophic diseases. Within cancer, we have large efforts in treating children and young adults with leukemia, as well as other solid tumors, and a large effort in the brain tumors, particularly trying to link the genomics of those cancers with the outcome of those patients so that we can tailor the treatment, as we've heard earlier today, do precision treatment on those patients to try to reduce the late effects of the cytotoxic chemotherapy, the transplants, and so forth that Amanda talked about, so that we have fewer late effects and can cure more children with cancer.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dr. Fox. Amanda, I wanted to turn back to you for a moment. As you said, you underwent induction therapy, chemo, and a stem cell transplant. Can you tell us more about those treatments that you received and what the experience was like, not just for you, but also for your family?
Sure. So the first induction chemo was, I believe, cytarabine. It was hard just because I wasn't, the doctors can tell you what to expect or what you're going to go through, but you don't really understand it until you're going through it. So that's why I really love peer-to-peer connection, because I was able to find people who went through that with me, kind of, because they were through it before. So they were able to tell me what I was going to feel. I was tired a lot of the time. I was in a lot of pain. I was very sick during most of my chemo. When going through transplant, my transplant was a lot harder than my chemotherapy was. Actually, for me, I had days I was very depressed and my body had a hard time going through it. And I was very fatigued. I had a hard time eating. A lot of it was emotional because, when you're not mentally there and your mindset is very weak or you're upset, it definitely does take a toll on, what you're going through. And for me, it was hard. I was a mom. I missed my son. Stem cell transplant was like my third time being in the hospital for, a few weeks. So a lot of emotions were going through my head, and it really took a toll on my body. So for me, and just being a patient advocate, I advocate a lot for, having a strong mindset, because it definitely does help during your cancer treatment.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. How did it affect your family? Obviously, you had a very young son at the time, and how were you able to juggle, your duties as a mom, and then, of course, the necessities of your treatment?
So I was lucky enough to have a wonderful fiance at home. My family is wonderful. My fiance's family is wonderful. So I made a schedule at the hospital for myself that I would wake up in the morning. My son was put into daycare. So I would call, make sure he was up, eating breakfast. We would FaceTime for him going into school so I could be there to see that. And we had my son go into play therapy so that he was able to discuss what was going on with mommy. we talked about it. I had an amazing patient advocate up at the hospital. My social worker was amazing. We gave little bits and pieces of what I was going through, what he would expect. Mommy's a little upset right now, or my hair will be gone. Little things made for his age, because he was very young. He was 3 when I was diagnosed. So it was just basically short little things of what I was going through. But my family took it very well. They were really helpful. I was able to, like I said, make a schedule, plan my day around what was happening with my son. So it was easier for me going through the hospital because I had my day set for me. So that was very helpful. And I find helping other patients do that is great for them also, because you're not just sitting in a hospital bed watching, TV and being, feeling sorry. You have a schedule to maintain, and it really helps.
Right. Dr. Fox, I wanted to switch back to you for a moment. How typical is it for young patients to receive this type of combination of multiple types of treatments?
So one of the ways that we've been able to advance and achieve an 80% cure rate for most children and young adults with cancer is through what we refer to as multimodality therapy. That means using not only cytotoxic chemotherapy, but also using radiation and surgery when appropriate to treat the patient. And it's from these treatments that we achieved good outcomes in patients. Of course, not every child has a complete response or is cured from this, but we have increasing numbers of patients who are cured. What that has resulted in is all of that therapy, the more is better mentality of a number of years ago, where we were giving, high doses of chemotherapy, multiple transplants. What that has resulted in is a population of survivors with cancer who have very significant health conditions because of the treatment they received to cure them from cancer. For example, we know that for survivors of childhood cancer who are now about 50 years old, about half of those people have at least one severe health condition as a result of their treatment. And that's why we're so interested in bringing new therapies to children with cancer and young adults with cancer to decrease those late effects. One of the most important things that's happening is as we bring the targeted therapies to children, we're trying to also think about beginning now to set up registries and ways to track those children who receive the new drugs so that we can better predict what the late effects of those new medicines may be on patients who benefit.
Right. We have a question from the audience. She says, I'm the parent of a childhood cancer patient. Are there any new treatment breakthrough approaches for adult cancer that you believe will eventually be beneficial to pediatric cancer?
So I think that historically, most of the treatments that we evaluate and treat for children with cancer have come from the discoveries in adult cancers. But most recently, there has been legislation to help us get more new therapies into children with cancer. And that legislation is called the Race for Children Act. It's research to accelerate cures and equity for children. And what it has done is, as the world of oncology medications has shifted to be molecularly and mechanism-based, meaning although we can develop drugs for lung cancer in adults, they're often being developed for very specific changes in the DNA in the cancers of lung tumors. What this legislation does is it says if that change in DNA is relevant to changes in DNA in childhood cancer, that drug has to be tested in some way in childhood cancers or models of childhood cancer to determine if it can be used and beneficial to those children. We have a number of studies that have been completed in the immuno-oncology space. Checkpoint inhibitors have, for the most part, been disappointing in terms of improving the outcome for children with cancer. But as we just heard in the last talk by Dr. Abdullah, combining immune checkpoint inhibitors with other T-cell enhancers could be important. one of the important roles that we're seeing in treatment for childhood cancer is the cellular therapies. So using the antigen signals on the outside of cancer cells to direct T cells toward those cancer cells and have outcomes, particularly in leukemia, but now also increasingly in solid tumor, to begin to bring cellular therapies to children with cancer.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. So Amanda, I wanted to pose it to you. You have mentioned a couple of times how important it was for you to find support through this process. How did you find the path from cancer survivor to advocate, and what do you think is possible as a cancer advocate in helping other patients?
So I found that being up at the hospital, there was a lack of people. You know, when you're a pediatric, or from my sister's point of view, as having, you know, my younger sister, cancer at 6 years old, I saw it as, you know, there was so many people helping out, or there was a lot of people always around, and just showing their support and helping. A young cancer patient, more, you know, like young adult, I was a mom. So the attention was more, you know, like on my child. I was at the hospital by myself and dealing, you know, with the cancer diagnosis up there. So I felt like I didn't have the people I wanted to speak with. And I could always, you know, talk to my friends and my family and the doctors. But it's not the same as someone who has been through it, who can say, yeah, this stinks. You know, I was through it also. So for me, even, you know, going through my cancer journey, I would talk about the things that were difficult to hear or difficult to speak about. Or, you know, nobody wants to hear that you throw up sometimes. But, you know, it happens. And if I talk about it, maybe someone else will. So that's really where I became an advocate, where I was saying, you know, it's okay to have these bad days, and you don't have to put a smile on if you don't feel like it. And if you feel kind of crummy, it's okay to feel like that. You're allowed to feel like that. You're going through a cancer right now. So I call it like the gray area of cancer. And that's where I really advocate for. Like, I feel sometimes, you know, you have to put a smile on your face to make your family feel like you're okay. Or, you know, children are so resilient and they're always having a smile on their face or playing. But it's okay if you're going to have that crummy day. It's really all right. And if you feel like staying in bed and just watching movies on TV, that's okay. Sometimes we need to take a mental day, even going through cancer. It happens. So as an advocate, I would love to see more of that mental health talk and more of the gray areas of cancer spoken about.
Wonderful. Before we leave here, I wanted to ask you both if you could just briefly give us your words of advice for young cancer patients and their families. Amanda, can you go first?
I would love to. I would love to say remain positive. There is a whole community of cancer patients who are available to talk with you. Life coaching is amazing, peer-to-peer connection. There's so many places and people out there who are willing to sit and talk with you. I know social media is absolutely huge right now. And even though we have this pandemic going on, the virtual world is amazing. So keep fighting, remain positive, and if you need to talk to somebody, please reach out because there's always someone there to talk to you.
Thank you. And Dr. Fox?
Great. Well, I think that's great advice from Amanda. I would add to, in addition to being positive, ask questions. Ask questions about what's happening to you, what the future holds, and what you should be thinking about as you go through treatment and beyond. And stay in touch with your doctors. Healthcare is so important, not only during your initial treatment, but as you're followed up for cancer. It is important that you remain healthy and do all the things in life that keep you healthy, including exercise and positive thinking and the support systems that Amanda has talked about.
And what about for Dr. Fox? What about for patients' families who are, especially with pediatric cancer and cancer in young people? I'm sure that can be particularly difficult.
I think it's particularly difficult for parents, and I know that COVID-19 made it even more difficult for parents because the hospital, which used to be a safe place, was no longer a safe place. And I think it puts parents in the position of having to advocate for their children, not only as, you know, the developing human beings that they are, but also with this initial burden on them. And as Amanda says, you know, staying positive and being resilient, giving your children the ability to do that and doing it yourself. You know, I often tell parents of children with cancer, you have to take care of yourself in order to take care of your child. So remember that as they go through treatment and beyond.
Wonderful, wonderful. Dr. Elizabeth Fox, Amanda Ferraro, thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Next up, for a conversation on new innovations and the future of lung cancer care, I'm joined by Benjamin Creelan, a thoracic oncologist with the H. Lee Moffitt Cancer Center, and Martin Edelman, chair of the Lung Cancer Foundation of America's Scientific Advisory Board. And I'm thrilled to have both of my guests with me for a conversation about lung cancer. Dr. Martin Edelman is chair of the Lung Cancer Foundation of America's Scientific Advisory Board. Dr. Benjamin Creelan, thoracic oncologist at the H. Lee Moffitt Cancer Center. Dr. Edelman, let me start with you, if I might. Why is lung cancer still the deadliest cancer in the United States?
So it's extremely common. It is the second most common cancer in both men and women. There will be about 225,000 new cases each year. And the natural history of the disease is it most frequently presents either locally advanced or advanced disease. Screening is useful. It has been clearly demonstrated to be beneficial, but its uptake in the community has been fairly poor. The last statistic I saw showed that only about 5% of potentially eligible individuals are actually screened. This is an approach that clearly can reduce mortality from lung cancer. But even with early detection, still a large percentage of patients will present with advanced disease. So, I think that would be my basic answer to your question. It remains both common, presents frequently in advanced stage, and despite considerable advances in treatment that I'm sure we'll discuss shortly, still the overwhelming number of patients will ultimately succumb to their disease in the advanced stages.
Dr. Creelan, are there some positive trends in terms of incidence and mortality?
I think there are, and as Marty just mentioned, you're talking about lung cancer screening increasing increasing survival for patients by 20% compared to no screening. We randomized 50,000 patients with a history of smoking to either get screening or not, basically. And the patients who got screened with a low-dose CT scan, you're talking about them living 20% more than not. So the uptake for this has been very regional throughout the country. The American Lung Association just released their State of Lung Cancer report today, and it shows this map of the United States. And some states have very low screening rates, some states have fairly high screening rates. All of them, I think.
And what explains that? Let me ask you both. What explains that low rate in some places, and how do we improve that?
So I'll start. I think a lot of it is a continued degree of nihilism. And, one of the things I would like to emphasize is that, though I started out in what many would say is sort of a negative view that this remains a very difficult disease, there has been unquestionably a decrease in mortality from lung cancer that's been rather significant and quite dramatic, actually, in the last 10 to 20 years, both due to advances in screening as well as certainly advances in therapy. However, amongst many in the community, there remains a completely nihilistic view of the disease that screening will not help, despite outstanding evidence. As Dr. Creelan mentioned, the National Lung Screening Trial done in the United States that randomized 50,000 patients and has been validated by trials that have been done in Europe and Asia that have shown similar, if not better, levels of improvement and decreased mortality, not just from disease specific in terms of decreased mortality from lung cancer, but actually a decreased level of overall mortality with screening. And also, but there's this persistent nihilism, I think, amongst many practitioners, lack of awareness of screening, a feeling that it doesn't work. It's interesting, screening for lung cancer is actually more effective in terms of the numbers of lives saved per screening, or the numbers of screenings that you need to save a life than mammography for breast cancer.
Dr. Creelan, let me ask you for your ideas on how we improve these numbers. Again, how do we up the number of people being screened?
That's a great question, Jean. You know, I get it. If you're in primary care, you're getting hammered with a lot of different things to do. And you have 15 minutes to see one patient. Explaining how to do lung cancer screening is not the top priority for any patient visit, because they're always going to be having other things going on. But I think if our payers could incentivize this amongst primary care, I think that would make a big difference. The same way that they incentivize colonoscopy, mammogram, cardiac screening. I think that would make the biggest difference. And like you say, like Marty said, lung cancer is stigmatized. A lot of people think patients smoked, they brought it on themselves, it's something they did to themselves. That's garbage, because not only that's not true, you know, lung cancer is the 7th most common cause of cancer in never smokers. So a lot of the patients we see, you know, almost you know, a fifth or a sixth of them have never even touched a cigarette.
So, Dr. Creelan, if smoking isn't the only cause, what are some of the others?
You know, if you have a set of lungs, you can get lung cancer, just like any other organ. You know, there isn't necessarily have to be a cause for every single cancer. A lot of just random chance.
But beyond smoking, or stopping smoking, I should say, Dr. Edelman, are there other things someone can do to preserve their lung health and lessen their chances of lung cancer?
I think number one is if someone's a smoker, stop smoking. And then again, you can stop smoking. I mean, those are the, you know, there's nothing one can do better for one's health than to stop smoking if one is a smoker. Other causes of lung cancer, exposure to asbestos, which, you know, usually has a lag time in decades. So, you know, one is exposed in their teens or 20s or 30s, and, you know, frequently in industry. Fortunately, federal law prohibits the use of asbestos anymore, but there are still certain other rare aspects. But as, you know, Ben said, there are certainly a substantial number of people who never smoked, you know, who will get lung cancer. And by the way, they don't fall in our current screening paradigm either. So that's something that we're going to have to evolve our knowledge base over the next several years. But, you know, I think just good general cardiopulmonary health always helps. But, you know, how would I put it? As President Kennedy once put it, life is unfair. And I think anyone in thoracic oncology in the last 20 years has seen a growing number of individuals who never smoked and have frequently lived lives of good cardiopulmonary health. So, you know, like with all diseases, and, you know, we just heard about pediatric cancer, there's a lot of unfairness and bad luck in the world.
Let's turn to the treatment side of it. Dr. Creelan, has our understanding of the genetics of lung cancer led to some new treatments, and is that changing the landscape?
Absolutely. And that was one of the things that attracted me to this field is, you know, really getting down into what makes that tumor actually drives it. And we've learned that there's these genetic mutations that can really drive the growth and proliferation of these cancers, and that they're that you can block it, put a monkey wrench into that machinery and stop the cancer from growing and put some of these patients into remission.
Did these treatments lose their effectiveness over time?
That's the thing about them, is that at the end of the day, they don't cure anyone. They work very well at getting most patients into remission, but the clock is ticking, and eventually almost every patient relapses with this type of targeted therapy.
Dr. Edelman, I'm wondering if we, at this point, have a full genetic picture of what's going on with lung cancer, or is there still a lot to learn?
Well, there's a massive amount to learn. You know, it's interesting. I've watched this from the very beginning. I'm now in, 30 plus years of doing this, and the level of progress, if one views it historically, is remarkable. I mean, we went from, being able to just tell some differences based upon what things look like under the microscope to this, incredible genetic panels with 400 or 500 different genes. We have specific targeted therapies for drivers, and 8 or 9 of these currently, and that's a growing list. We have immunotherapy, which is a completely different approach. This has been remarkable, but every day we learn something different. I mean, various genetic changes that modify the susceptibility and the activity and the durability of responses of our drugs, both the targeted therapies, chemotherapy, immunotherapy. I mean, there's definitely more arrows in the quiver, but still the majority of patients will, their disease ultimately develops resistance and recurs. Though I have to say, with some of the patients, and interestingly, the ones that don't respond well to targeted therapies, but immunotherapy, which tends to work better in sort of more traditional smoking lung cancer, there we are beginning to see what I will be a little optimistic, and something I never thought I'd have the opportunity to say. I think that there are actually some patients who will be cured of their advanced lung cancer with immunotherapy. It's a small number, but it's a real percentage. And I see these people now every day. It's actually made my clinics kind of crowded.
I'm wondering if every cancer patient gets the testing and the treatment that is available. Can everyone take advantage of these treatments that you've been discussing? Dr. Creelan, why don't you take that first?
Well, it's true. Actually, another factor that came out of this report today was that, for example, amongst Pacific Islanders and Asians, the percentage presenting with early stage is 23% less than Caucasians, and same for Hispanic Americans as well. And so I don't think that every population or every group of people is taking advantage of the resources available. There may be access issues. There may be a lack of understanding about, what this type of cancer is and how treatable it really is. At the end of the day, lung cancer is not a death sentence that it used to be for a lot of patients. And as Marty just mentioned, some patients go into remission for years with the treatments that we can provide. But
Dr. Edelman, I'm wondering if
could be really helpful.
Dr. Edelman, I'm wondering if the age of the patient or the age of the practitioner has some impact on whether they get the latest care.
Well, it's interesting. So my colleague, Dr. Julia Judd, and I actually looked at this with the Flatiron database, and which assembles a substantial amount of data amongst thousands of patients. And remarkably, probably a third of elderly patients, those over 65, never get any treatment at all. It's also, others have seen that the penetration of obtaining the proper genetic analysis and other testing is remarkably poor in this country. So there's still an awful lot of treatment options that are available to people that are not being utilized yet. I haven't seen anything about the age of the practitioner. I'm getting a little older there, so but I wouldn't be surprised. I think that folks these days are much more used to getting the data and interpreting it. The other thing is sometimes we see misinterpretations of the data. I mean, it's actually very complicated, the reports that you get. They run sometimes to pages, several pages in length. The genetic data can be presented in many different ways. I will certainly say there are sometimes I get these reports and I need a quiet, time and sometimes a little bit of literature search to see, is this mutation meaningful or not? Luckily, I have at Fox Chase some very good genetics people to talk to if I really run into trouble. But it's an increasingly complicated area.
We have an audience question. We have an audience question. Have the COVID treatments informed your treatment of lung cancer? Dr. Creelan, you want to try that one?
Yeah, it's interesting because the COVID-19 vaccines were originally developed for cancer, these RNA vaccines. So we actually got these stolen from the cancer world and used for vaccines, fortunately. Now we're kind of taking it back into the cancer world and trying to learn how we can make our immune system better at recognizing the foreign proteins that are present inside our cancer. So far, vaccination strategies by themselves haven't shown overwhelming results against cancer, but perhaps in combination with other types of immune therapies, these could be a very promising technique.
Dr. Edelman, what remains to be done? You said earlier you were optimistic, but where is there room for improvement? And where's the most promising place, do you think, to look for that?
Well, I don't know of any area that there isn't room for improvement. But the rate of positive studies and progress in the last few years has been remarkable. So where have we improved? I want to leave an audience with the idea that, this is an area of amazing progress. So within the last, 20 years, let's start in 2000. In 2000, there was no molecular testing, just the very beginnings of targeted therapy. Since that time, we've identified, 8, 9 plus, specific molecular targets for which we have very usually well-tolerated oral therapies that are highly effective, at least initially. And as Dr. Creelan mentioned, the problem with those is that disease develops resistance. So our problem there is how do we maintain those responses or then get around these secondary and tertiary resistance mechanisms? With chemotherapy, that remains a cornerstone of many treatments. So for patients who present with resectable disease, the use of chemotherapy prevents recurrence. It cures patients. It's still a fundamental part of treating locally advanced disease in concert with radiation and surgery. So all of those areas have substantial progress, but as we get better, if you've gone from, say, when I was at the beginning of my career, 5% of patients with locally advanced disease who were cured, and now we're at, say, at 35, 40%, well, that still leaves 60% left to go. In advanced disease, again, it's the same issue. How do we extend the population that benefits from these treatments, be they targeted therapies, immunotherapy, chemotherapy? How do we best combine them? And for those who do benefit and respond, how do we deepen and prolong that benefit? And all of this is the subject of enormous research right now.
And we have to leave it there. Dr. Edelman and Dr. Creelan, thank you both so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now for a session produced by our underwriter, Takeda.
Welcome. I am so excited about this panel discussion today. I'd like to thank my two panelists, Garrett Hampton, president of the Oncology Clinical Sequencing Division at Thermo Fisher Scientific. He's based out in San Diego, California. And Jeff Allen, president of Friends of Cancer Research, based in Washington, D.C. So in order to kick off this conversation, this very important conversation today, I think we have to first start with the why. Why is precision medicine and diagnostics so important to advancing the mission of oncology?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Chris. I think the key is in the phrase, right? Precision medicine. It's the capability of being able to treat more precisely. And so what does that mean? There's been a huge shift in the way we're looking at cancers or diagnosing cancers, from seeing two cancer samples that look the same under the microscope all the way now to being able to classify cancers according to their molecular profile. Over the past 2 decades, we've seen remarkable progress in being able to develop drugs, small molecules or antibodies against these targets that shut the cancer cell down. We know the genetic alterations, we know we have therapeutics against them, not for every patient, but for many. But we also need the diagnostics to screen that patient cancer, identify which is the right biomarker, and then treat accordingly.
Years ago, we thought of cancer as one uniform foe, and we treated it that way by using things that could be cytotoxic or kill those cells. But that also came with an inability to differentiate between cancer cells and normal cells, making these therapies extremely toxic. By understanding the biological underpinnings of cancer and what's driving that abnormal growth has enabled a new generation of therapies in order to target the actual abnormality of the cell, differentiating it from the normal cells, leading to better outcomes for patients.
So the next question is really about the gaps. What are the existing gaps today in applying precision medicine efficiently to the oncology space so that we can, in the end, bring our treatments to patients faster? For me, it's really about as we're early in development, we're learning about our drugs, understanding where they work, which patients they work in. And in order to do that effectively, we need to apply a lot of different technologies. And so cost of technologies becomes absolutely critical, because the more expensive the technologies are, the harder it is to apply them early in our clinical trials. So really partnering with diagnostic companies and providers out there with these great technologies, that in the clinical trial setting that we can apply them in a cost-effective manner, I think is really important.
Yeah, I think precision medicine has led to a number of very important advances in oncology, but there certainly are still gaps that need to be addressed. One of those is that while we've seen a number of different cancers have new therapies become available because of the understanding of their biology, we've also seen some cancers that haven't had the same response. So continuing the research in order to characterize different biological markers will be important for those cancers that still represent a large unmet medical need. A second area is around access, making sure that patients have access to the appropriate diagnostic testing as part of their care to be able to help select the right treatments for them. And the third area, I think, is around understanding mechanisms of resistance. While targeted therapies have shown a great deal of improvement for a number of different cancers, oftentimes over time the cancerous cells continue to change and can adjust to the drugs that they're being treated with. And unfortunately that can cause resistance to therapy in some cases. So another frontier into understanding and applying targeted therapies is going to be understanding how cells can become resistant to them and identifying even new targets to help prevent that resistance or continue to treat the therapy or continue to treat the cancers for which other therapies will be beneficial to those patients.
Yeah, and I think that brings up on the theme that Garrett alluded to earlier about how important it is to really study that molecular phenotype rather than the location of the tumor.
If I look at the landscape here in the United States and outside the United States, well, only about 20% of patients are actually having any type of next-generation sequencing testing done. My belief is, and my team's belief is here, that you have to get to 80% in order for precision medicine to really make a big difference across the globe. And we need to get testing as close as we possibly can to the patient. If we can get the genomic information quickly, then clinicians will use that information to make a treatment decision there, as opposed to waiting when, you know, the cancer patient is already on therapy. But I think speed to result is really key for success for the patients. Beyond the technology such as NGS, you know, I think it's about awareness of next generation sequencing and molecular technologies, education so that we understand what to do with them.
Yeah, great perspective, Garrett. Thank you for that. And finally, my last question is around, we all represent different segments of the industry working together to use and apply precision medicine to get therapies to patients as quickly as possible. How can we better work together across our enterprises as well as with other important organizations around the globe to address these gaps?
I wholeheartedly believe that we will get further faster by working together on some of these large challenges. Through this improved understanding of biology, we're able to move faster. Drugs are being developed faster. Diagnostic tests are coming online sooner. And we need to streamline all of these processes by working together in order to get those medicines that are going to benefit patients to them as quickly as possible. And I think we can do it through unique collaborations. It just stands to reason that by harnessing the power of science and identifying common challenges and working to address those together, we'll be able to find those solutions faster than if any one organization were to try and do it alone, and certainly faster than if every organization was trying to do it in silos.
Yeah, I can't agree with you more. I think in order for us to go as fast as possible, we have to work together. We have to work together in a pre-competitive way. And organizations like yours, Jeff, are so important to us being able to, you pull the right players together around the table so that we can all work together in a collaborative way. Garrett, what's your perspective on this topic?
You know, I completely agree with Jeff, and I completely agree with your summary, Chris. I think that working together, the sum of the whole is just, it's going to be so much easier for us to push forward, because we all have the same aspiration to get the right drugs to the patients at the right time. There are many occasions in which we've been able to get together with other members of the industry, you know, identify standards, for example, about what does testing mean, what should testing look like, what's the gold standard. But I think that, you know, again, working together, as Jeff said, as you said, Chris, you know, that's going to be key in order to be able to push this forward.
And with that, I'd like to thank Garrett and Jeff for your time today, for your tremendous insights as we discuss this hot topic in oncology. It takes a village to bring cancer treatments to patients, and I'm really looking forward to continuing to partner with both of you as well as all of our partners in the industry to make this a reality for all patients. Thank you.
For our final conversation of the afternoon, we're exploring Finding Hope. I'm joined by Ali Brumell, survivor and founder of The Breasties, and Marlene Myers, director of the Perlmutter Cancer Center Survivorship Program at NYU Langone. A cancer diagnosis is always a shock, regardless of the prognosis, and it forces patients and their loved ones to grapple with some of the most basic questions about life and death. For this final session, we're going to talk about one of the most essential parts of the cancer experience, finding hope. Ali, you were 28 when you were diagnosed with triple-negative breast cancer. What was the first thing that went through your mind?
Yeah, so getting a cancer diagnosis at 28 was definitely a shock to me, to my family. At that point, we had no known history of cancer. I was healthy. So, you know, your mind goes to all the worst places. You think, will I live to see my 29th birthday? Will I live to do the things that I want to do? It was definitely scary and isolating being so young.
How did it change your life and shift your priorities?
Yeah, cancer diagnosis definitely shifts your life, shifts all of your priorities. I mean, I had just gotten married right before my cancer diagnosis, and I knew we wanted to have kids, but the way in which we were going to have kids looked different. I'm happy to say I just had my first baby last year in April, but, you know, your whole life is flipped upside down. You know, at 28, you're thinking about your career and potentially buying a house and relationships. You're not thinking about chemotherapy and radiation and surgery and all of those heavy things. So definitely shift your priorities, definitely helps you to kind of live each day in the moment and take one step at a time.
Dr. Myers, you work with cancer patients and their families as part of the Cancer Survivorship Program at NYU Langone Health. What role does hope play both psychologically and physically?
I think hope plays a tremendous role both in the way people get through the experience and in terms of them being able to network and to speak to other people. I'm a breast cancer oncologist, so I certainly understand, you know, Ali's shock of going through everything. But hope is tremendous. Hope is the thing that drives you through a treatment. It's the thing that leads you to to seek things that are going to make you feel better, exercise, good nutrition. It gives you something to strive for. And I think being optimistic, and there is certainly so much reason for hope, and as we've heard during the many panels today, there's so much hope for cancer in general, and particularly for breast cancer, that it is definitely an integral part of what we hope to give our patients in surviving and in going through this experience.
Is there sometimes a false sense of hope, and can that do harm?
I think I don't know that there's such a thing as false sense of hope. I think it's more that sometimes people are not educated either by their healthcare team or are not ready to hear the facts. So I think how much hope one has and what time period you're ready to hear it certainly has a trajectory. I know in my practice, I like to be very optimistic, and I think that's very different than giving people a false sense of hope, because, it's often said where there's life, there's hope, and that is in fact true. And we as practicing physicians or nurse practitioners, not a single one of us can predict the future. You can have as much education as you want. You can be as knowledgeable as you want. You still don't have that ability to predict in an individual what's going to happen. So I think our job and what we try to give our patients is the ability to get the best treatment out there and to be optimistic and hopeful about it, but yet be realistic at the same time.
Allie, was hope part of what you mobilized to power you through your experience?
Yes, absolutely. I looked to other people who had been through it, and just seeing people at the end of their active treatment, or seeing others' results from surgery, or seeing other people moving on to the next stage of treatment definitely gave me hope. Connecting with other young people, finding a community definitely got me through some of the hardest times.
Is that the only reason why finding that community of people was so important for you?
Not the only reason, a big reason, but I think, a young person diagnosed with cancer, specifically breast cancer, there is a whole different subset of concerns and worries and symptoms. And I was fortunate to have such an amazing medical team that I trusted. But at the same time, medical advice is very different than patient experience. And connecting with other people who had been through it allowed me to know more about my options and allowed me to understand what quality of life could be like with different options. And so, hope, community, all of those things definitely allowed me to have a mindset to power through treatment and power through those really tricky, difficult times.
And Allie, are those the things that led you to create your organization, the Breasties?
Yeah, so like I said, being diagnosed so young was definitely isolating. And I connected with so many other people affected by breast cancer through friends and family, but they were much older than me. They were 30, 40, sometimes even 50 years older than me. And, although those relationships were special, again, my concerns, my worries, my quality of life questions were different. And so I actually turned to social media to look for other young people, because I thought I can't be the only 20-something going through this. And so I connected with other people, and that is the inspiration to how the Breasties came to be. Myself, my co-founders, at one point in our journeys with cancer, felt alone and were looking for support. And at that time, that type of all-inclusive support for our specific situation felt like it didn't exist. So we set out to create it, and that's how the Breasties came to be.
A reminder to the audience, we'd love your questions, so put them in the Q&A tab if you would. Dr. Meyer, let me ask you about these support groups. I'm sure you've observed many of them, as well as having the Cancer Survivorship Program. Do you really see that they make a significant difference, not just to the patients, but also to their families?
I think support groups can make a significant difference, but the important thing to remember is that there is no one size fits all. And I think in people looking for support groups, number one, you certainly want to join a support group, and that may sound like a silly thing to say, but not everyone is immediately open to joining a support group and being with others or talking so openly and freely. So you sort of have to know yourself a little bit. You have to make sure that the support group is right for you. We tend to divide support groups into early stage breast cancer, late stage breast cancer, or early stage cancer in general. There are support groups that are more for women or men that are BRCA positive with breast cancer or other cancers. So I think they can be certainly very helpful. But as I said, it's not right for everybody. Some people do better with one-on-one discussions. And some people have a very, very strong support system within their community, with their family or friends, and don't necessarily feel the need to have a support group from the get-go. It doesn't mean that down the line they may not want to. I mean, one thing that we see in cancer survivorship is often the most difficult time period is at completion of therapy, where after you've seen your healthcare team and you're so busy in the cancer center and you're coming back and forth so frequently for sometimes 6 months, 8 months, a year, and then all of a sudden you're done and boom, and your healthcare team is saying, okay, we'll see you in 3 or 4 months. That is often a very sensitive, delicate time for people where they may have increased anxiety, they may feel very alone, and that's a pivotal point where people may then want to join the support group or may need therapy of another kind. So I've seen support groups be tremendously helpful for family members, for the patient. There are support groups for family members in general. Sometimes support groups empower the patient and the family, which is very helpful. But it is not one size fits all, and I think it's our obligation to really help our patients decide what works best for them and their families.
Allie, we just heard Dr. Meyer talk about the end of treatment and how that can be a point where you really need support. Have you felt that, or have you seen people within your group who have hit that stage?
Yeah. Marlene, you said it perfectly. I think that after, quote unquote, is typically the hardest part. It was for me, going through active treatment. Like you said, Marlene, you have this to-do list almost, this checklist of things that you need to get done to finish, to get to the other side. Chemo, check, radiation, check, surgery, check. And there's no time to really, at least there wasn't for me, no time to process all the emotions behind a cancer diagnosis. And so when everything finally calmed down and active treatment was over, I wasn't going to my doctor as much, there was that time to really process, and everything kind of hit me at once, like a ton of bricks. And that was the point where my anxiety was at an all-time high. I was fearful, I was worried, and I just felt alone despite having an amazing family, friends, support network around me. And I find that, being a part of the Breasties, being a part of a community all affected by cancer, this is typically the case for those that I've come across and those who I've met.
We do have an audience question who says, as a breast cancer survivor, I'm more interested in finding the causes. What are we doing about prevention? Dr. Meyer, you want to take that?
So we're working very, very actively on finding the causes, and it's a little different in terms of finding the causes versus finding prevention. So those are two slightly different things. We know about some genetic, we can never say something directly caused breast cancer, but we can say that various conditions, for example, having a strong family history, being a BRCA carrier as an example, increases one's risk of breast cancer. We can never definitively say that that was the thing that actually caused breast cancer. So we do know that there are things that can be done for prevention, and we do know the optimal screening. So, for example, we're coming to learn more and more now about lifestyle in terms of nutrition, exercise, avoiding alcohol. These are all things that we can do. We learned many years ago about the risk of hormone replacement therapy and its relation to breast cancer. So these things are being looked at very, very carefully. We would love to be able to prevent breast cancer, but we also know that in the setting of where someone has a high risk of breast cancer, that we have excellent tools in terms of breast imaging, as I mentioned, lifestyle changes where we can certainly reduce the risk. I don't think there's going to be a cause of breast cancer. I think it's going to be multifactorial. From everything we've seen in every kind of cancer now, it seems very multifactorial. But certainly the research community is working very hard at minimizing the risk to many different kinds of cancers. Sometimes it's with better surveillance, and sometimes it's with what's called chemoprevention, which in the case of breast cancer may be using hormone blockers to reduce the risk of someone getting breast cancer down the line.
We started today's program talking about the war on cancer, and I'm wondering, Allie, if that sort of warrior approach to this was helpful to you as a patient or not.
You know, it's tricky, and I think what Marlene said earlier, there's not a one-size-fits-all approach to how you deal with a cancer diagnosis. I think for me personally, that language, I fluctuated in how it made me feel. I think at first, the terms warrior and fighter, I really resonated with it because I needed something to hold on to. I wanted to feel strong. And then when I was kind of through active treatment, my feelings on that changed because when I was having a hard day, if I didn't feel like getting out of bed, if I was too weak to get out of bed, I didn't live up to that warrior title. So I think it depends on how you're feeling. It depends on who it is and how you're dealing with your diagnosis and what your support system looks like and just how you're feeling on any given day. But I think a lot of people tend to assume that language, warrior, fighter, this war mindset terminology is helpful. But I think for some, it could be a form of toxic positivity almost. But again, not one size fits all. I think everyone's different and resonates with these different terms in a different way.
Allie Brumell and Dr. Myers, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you both for joining us. I'm so appreciative.
Thank you.
And thank you also to everyone at home for tuning in. We'd like to thank our underwriters for their support of the Atlantic's journalism. They include Bristol Myers Squibb, GSK, Pfizer, and Takeda. And please do visit our website, theatlantic.com/live for more information on future live events. I'm Jean Mazur. Thanks so much for joining us. Be well.
While we're on a break, we encourage you to network with other attendees and visit our expo booths. To participate, select the networking icon located on the left-hand side of the screen. Next, click Join, and you'll be randomly paired with another attendee for about 5 minutes. If you wish, you can exchange virtual information with each other and keep in contact via direct message within the platform. You can also click the Explore icon to visit our virtual expo booths. Here you can explore more resources from the Atlantic and our underwriters related to today's event. We'll see you shortly after the break.